Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the meeting to order. Mayor Davey.
I'm here.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Here.
Councilmember Laredo.
Here.
Vice Mayor London.
Here.
Councilmember McCormick.
She'll be here shortly.
Councilmember Moss.
Here.
Councilmember Segurola.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a quorum. May we please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
No, we have an invocation before the pledge.
We already did the pledge.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry.
The
With us
rabbi's not
this
here.
evening is Rabbi of Bremel,
He's here?
Caroline.
Oh, from afar.
He's here in spirit. Okay, so we have the invocation. Rise to hear the invocation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, village manager. We are a short time before the holiday of Rosh Hashanah, marking the beginning of a new year. I actually noticed that the village's fiscal year also starts shortly after Rosh Hashanah. Perhaps there's a connection there. The date in the Jewish calendar for Rosh Hashanah corresponds to the time period in creation when God created this entire world and all that's in it. And this date is celebrated each year as the beginning of a new year and as a day of prayer, of personal reflection, and of commitment to a better future. What's interesting is that according to Jewish tradition, the first day of creation, when, as the first verse of the Bible states, in the beginning, God created heaven and earth, that day was actually 5 days before Rosh Hashanah.
Oh my God.
The day Rosh Hashanah is celebrated is on the sixth day of creation, not the day when the world was created, but rather the day when Adam and Eve were created and humanity began. And the reason for this is because we humans play a central role in this world. We're called God's partners in creation. God created a world full of valuable resources, but it's up to each of us to cultivate and develop them. God created a world full of natural beauty, but it's up to us to fill it with spiritual beauty. God created a world full of potential, but it's up to us to nurture it, to develop it, and to bring that potential into actuality. As we prepare for the onset of the new year, please join me in prayer to the Almighty God that our entire community be blessed with a year full of happiness and blessings. May we live together in peace and harmony, respecting each other's strengths, understanding each other's weaknesses, and appreciating our differences. May we always be grateful for the fortune we have to live in such a beautiful place physically, and may we always be mindful of the opportunity and responsibility we have to make it a beautiful place spiritually. May our council be granted the wisdom to lead us towards these goals with vision, with humility, and with leadership. And may our entire community be blessed with a Shana Tova Umetuka, a happy, sweet new year. And let us say Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is brief comments by council.
Right. I just want to start off by, it's a new school year first, so I just want to remind everybody, let's be patient out there. I know the traffic's a little difficult as people are getting back into the rhythm, but let's be mindful that these people are our neighbors, and as frustrating as it can be to try and get from point A to point B, let's take a deep breath and be thankful for what we have, and remember that we're all in this together. To that point, I would just add, I know people are seeing that we're all wearing masks and we're separated again. And we're, this community has done an amazing job in these times of COVID of really coming together and being one. And I am reminded as we come up on the 20th anniversary of September 11th, just how unified people were against a common foe. And I would really like to see us kind of do that. We can all have differences about things. We can all have our own points of view, but remember that those of us who are advocating masks, we're advocating vaccines. We're not doing this to impose our will. I did not run on a platform that I wanted to see a mask on every face on Key Biscayne. But what I'm doing, and what I think we're trying to do as a collective council, is safeguard the health and well-being of those in our community who are most at risk. So I would just ask that, let's be patient with one another. I'm trying to be. I know I get frustrated, but let's try and do a better job of working together for the common good. This is our community. We have to look out for one another. So let's try and do that moving forward. Thanks. Anybody else have comments? Okay, next item.
Next item is public comments.
Okay, I have two speakers signed up. Pete, if you would, when we get to the part where we're going to have people speaking from the Zoom world, if you would give the instructions, why don't you give the instructions now? That will give them a little bit of time before we let these two folks speak here in person.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you watching us on Channel 77 on Comcast, on Channel 99 on AT&T, or streaming us live via our website, if you wish to speak or have any comments to council, please dial the following telephone number. Please dial 305-365-7569, and then please enter the meeting ID of 231-627-8415. For those of you currently in the meeting and wishing to speak, please dial *9 on your telephones now or raise your hand within the Zoom app.
Okay, let's start with the two folks who have signed up here. Again, if you're in the room, you'll want to listen. You'll want to put the headsets that we gave you on to listen to the people who are going to be calling in, who are going to raise their hands a little bit later. Our first speaker is Maria Victoria Kenny. If you could come up, state your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes. Right there at the dais, that's perfect. At the podium, sorry. I'm sorry, hold on a second. You have to put the headset on.
Good afternoon. My name is Victoria Kenny, and I'm a resident of Key Biscayne with 2 daughters in the Key Biscayne field hockey team.
Just state your address.
It's 789 Crandon Boulevard, apartment 502.
Thank you.
I shall go on. Okay.
Yes, please.
I am proud and happy to call Key Biscayne my home. I am also very proud of the work of the Office of Parks and Recreations, who does the best to improve the overall health and wellness of the community through services and facilities that support good health for people of all ages, abilities, socioeconomic backgrounds, and ethnicities. I also understand the challenges your office may be facing with the recent demographic changes in our community, as well as the increase in a variety of available sports and outdoor activities that go hand in hand with those changes. As a mom representing a group of over 150 other moms myself, I would like to express our concern with the possibility of having to reduce programs or deny spots in the hockey team for some of our girls due to lack of available space for practice. I understand that this is something that's happening to, or is a concern for other sports as well, in which we feel the allocation has not been balanced or representatives of a variety of options. That is why I would kindly request to revisit the current allocation of spaces to accommodate to current trends, variety of sports being offered, and their specific needs, as well as populations being served. I know that some sports need turf, as is the case of hockey, while others can do other surfaces. I believe all considerations should be taken into account to allow for equal and fair space for everyone. And I also believe that all kids should be able to play sports outdoors, and I'm sure our community can find a balanced solution. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Steve Simon. And if you have a blue form, if you want to give it to the clerk.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just put it closer to your mouth. Let me try it again.
It's backwards. You got to flip it around.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see, because it was behind his ear. There you go. Steve?
That?
It's better. Okay, go ahead.
Steve Simon, 335 Harbor Lane. Under tab 7 in the agenda, council is being asked to approve a change order of approximately $50,000, or roughly an additional 28%, to be paid to the Safe Routes to School sidewalk consultant. When that item comes up tonight, I ask council to take a closer look at the supporting documentation labeled Exhibit A, specifically item number 4 under additional work, which lists sidewalk at Harbor Drive Park. Either you're being asked to approve payment for work that has not and will not be performed, or you're being asked indirectly to approve nearly 200 feet of sidewalk in Harbor Drive Park by approving that payment prospectively. By way of background, this matter came up once before as a surprise, and I thank council for your previous vote at the June 15, 2021 meeting, wherein you voted to table, but not to kill the installation of the Harbor Drive Park sidewalk. Subsequently, I met at the park with Henry Meyer, who is the commercial urban horticulture agent at the University of Florida, Miami-Dade County Extension Office. He is also a member of the board of the Landscape Inspectors Association of Florida. Henry measured and then concluded that those Royal Poinciana trees meet and actually significantly exceed the criteria of what are known as specimen trees. His advice was that if the village insists on installing a sidewalk, it shouldn't be adjacent to the trunks as planned, but determined by the formula used by arborists as per the American National Standards Institute, which he concluded would place the sidewalk no closer than about 13 feet away from these particular trees. We produced a video to document that inspection, which could also serve as an educational message. I offer that perhaps that short video could be posted on the village's new website. In conclusion, please modify that resolution under tab 5 before you vote to approve it by eliminating payment for a potential Harbor Drive Park sidewalk. Please separately vote to once and for all direct the village to delete that sidewalk from their to-do list. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Next, I'll get this right at some point in my life. Karina Aquacone. I hope I pronounced that right. ¿Está bien? Aquarone. Oh, R, sorry. Okay, just state your name and address for the record, please. You have to put the headset on.
It's fine.
No, that doesn't work. You need the headset that's right there.
Oh, this one right here?
See, that one right there. Is it on? Try it. Say something.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Can you put it up closer to put the mic closer? There you go.
Hello?
Yeah, that's better. Go ahead.
Karina Aquarone, 141 Crandon Boulevard, apartment 237. I am here today as well for the field hockey program. My daughter's been playing since she's 6. They love to compete. I think it's a very good sport for girls here in the Key being offered. The only thing is we have a lack of days for practice and space. So I would like it to take into consideration as a community that some girls are being left out because they don't have practice time or space available for them. I know there are other sports that are more popular. I know that there's lots of sports, but maybe try to accommodate so everybody can, they compete a lot for Key Biscayne, under Key Biscayne. They're very successful and they want to keep going and be more competitive, but if they don't have the space to practice, it's not possible. So basically just that, to take that into consideration.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Anna Brisky. Not yet. Try it again.
Hello,
Yeah, I can hear you. State your name and address for the record, please.
my name is Anna Brisky. My address is 691 Hampton Lane. And I am here also to advocate for the field hockey girls. I have two daughters. One already graduated from high school and stopped playing, but she played until last year. And I have one that's playing for the U14 team. I started with the program. So my oldest daughter started in 2009 when the program started. And I have seen the growth and professionalism of the program. So it offers a very important opportunity for girls, not only in sports, but also socially. So I feel that it is key that all the girls that have the wish to join, they should be given the opportunity. And I know we this year, the program faces the challenge that they don't have enough space. And in previous years, I've seen my daughter last year, they trained from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. because of lack of space. And I have two daughters and two sons. And my son is 17 and they train until 9 p.m. They train soccer. So I feel like in a way, it's a little unbalanced. And I feel like field hockey should have more opportunity. And as I said before, for me, it's not only the sports thing, which is great because this could be also a possibility for the girls to obtain a scholarship in the future, to go to university, to have more opportunities for university, and also because of the social component that field hockey means in their lives. So I hope you can consider. I think all that's needed is 3 more hours per week of field. So if there's anything you guys can do, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody else in the chambers want to speak? Okay, yeah, bring them up. Just make sure you drop it off to the clerk, please. If anybody else wants to speak, please take the form up. Thank you. Okay, and yeah, you didn't have to walk back. I guess we knew you were going to be next. Magdalena Castro, please.
Yes.
Just state your name and address for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Magdalena Castro. My address 199 Ocean Lane Drive, apartment 813. I'm also here representing the field hockey program. I have two daughters, one 11 and the other one 13. They've been playing since they were 4 years old. And I'm also assisting the coaches in helping the program grow. And it's incredible how much it grew in the past years. And we see like the passion that the coaches and the girls are putting into the sport, that telling a girl you cannot play anymore because there's no space is something that we don't like to do. No matter if they're good or not good, we like that they come to practice with that passion and enthusiasm. As they mentioned before, the social aspect of it, it's amazing. And they don't have many other possibilities as girls in the key volleyball, but it's a very short also program that if they also, I think they deserve more space. So I would really like to consider having more space for them to practice. It's not a sport that we can practice in any surfaces. I don't know if you know about it, but it requires a turf and big space because of the type of ball, and it's not safe to play anywhere and around the park or cars. So I would like to consider more space for that. And when we go out and represent Key Biscayne, we do it very good. They're great while they go out and play. So that's to keep in mind as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm muted. Pete, can you please see if we have anybody signed up to speak at this time?
Mr. Mayor, I have no one signed up at this time.
Okay, and we will have another public comments period later on in the festivities. Okay,
the next item, Mr. Mayor, is the agenda. Approval, deferrals, additions, deletions, substitutions, withdrawals.
Okay, does anybody have any additions, deletions, substitutions, withdrawals? Okay, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I
That's-
just unmuted.
There you go. Perfect. I can hear you.
I'd like to defer to the next meeting of September 8th, item 10A. I haven't.
NA? Oh, 10A. Oh, I thought you were.
10A, I'm sorry.
No, you're right. Defer that to the next meeting? Okay.
September 8th, yes. We just got it late and I haven't had a chance to see it. I communicated to the manager. This violates a little bit of what I thought we had set a standard that we need, and everybody have to play by the rules.
Well, let's just do deferrals.
September 8th, yes.
Yeah, hold on. No, you can't speak to, but I need something from the attorney on this because this is a variance that does weigh in on, Chad. Yeah, no, I just want to understand what's proper protocol. Obviously, we have folks here who want to be heard on this.
I think Mr. Weber represents the applicant. I think it's appropriate to let him speak on the motion.
Okay.
I think that what Councilmember Laredo is saying is correct. This council did adopt a policy asking for more time, and I think that is articulated on the agenda there. So the proper protocol at this point would be to entertain Councilmember Laredo's motion because that takes precedence. If he gets a second, then take it to a vote.
But does Mr. Weber, is he allowed to speak to
I
the
think we
motion?
should allow him to speak given that he is representing the applicant. I think it's appropriate.
I would second it for conversation purposes and discussion. Go ahead.
And I just want to make a note that I think that's the night of our budget hearing. So we would just have a special call meeting right before.
We'd have a 5:30 special call meeting.
Just on this item. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Weber, you're recognized. Speak on this item.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Laredo, I do appreciate your concern with this, and I wasn't quite sure how much time would be extra needed. We actually came in for the July meeting and thought we had submitted in plenty of time. Our project is basically on hold for a simple, irregular hearing so that we can continue with the design. And if we continue to the next month, our project is completely stopped. Until then, this is our family. I have our homeowner here, Daniela Shakur, and her husband in town. They've come in to see so we can progress this project, get into the village and do these sorts of things. So we would be basically 2 months behind. I think it's a simple presentation. If I could just present it and let you guys hear see what we're up against and let you know our thoughts. At this stage of the game, I'm from the Weber studio. I've been in business here in Key Biscayne for over 18 years. I've never come to you guys ever for a regulatory variance. We play within right. We play within the rules. This is a really unique situation. And I think that hinders what these homeowners can actually do on their property. They are not allowed the same rights.
Tom, if I can, we're not swearing you in now to get into the substance. This is just on a deferral. So if you could just stick to the deferral. And at this point,
we've been waiting around a long time. It would be great to be heard tonight. And we're here, and I have the homeowners in town from out of the country in order to hear for tonight. Because we were posted in the paper. We thought we were hearing it tonight.
Mayor, may I add maybe what we could do to at least hear it, and if we feel uncomfortable and want to defer after hearing it, we can do that. In that sense, it may make it easier if we do defer to September 8th. A lot of us already have the presentation that we can think about. It may be minor enough where we feel comfortable voting tonight, so we could at least hear them. I think might be okay.
The motion's on deferral right now, so I think that's the motion before. I mean, I understand your point. Your point's taken. Councilmember, you had a point on this?
Yeah, no, I was going to say pretty much the same thing that Brett said, and just say that was what we did with Highland Drive. We listened, and then we said we still need more time.
Okay, Ed, did you want to say something? You look like you're jumping up and down out there.
Deferral. Hear the thing, come back to the deferral.
I'm sorry?
Can we table the deferral, then listen to Tom make his presentation, and then come back to the.
Well, I think what we can do is we can say we're not going to defer right now, but we can, I think, is that right? Once we make a motion on the item, we can then defer the item subsequently.
Motion to defer, it takes precedence. So you got to act on that motion.
No, there's a motion to defer on the table. What I'm saying is we can, if this motion is defeated, which it sounds like
you can defer it again.
We could defer it at the item after we've heard the item if we decide to go there. Councilmember Kaplan?
I think that I feel a measure of actual prejudice. I'd like to hear this tonight. I think that Ed's idea really is about not deferring the presentation, but speaking to the possible deferral of the vote after the presentation.
If we feel that we need more information.
And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
May I?
Councilmember Laredo?
It has nothing to do with your application. It has not anything to do with what you call it a light issue or not. For me, zoning is extremely important. It is the signature of our village. Our architecture is the one art form that we cannot run away from. The issue here is a principle, and I respect you as a professional and the owners. And we've crossed this bridge already about we are volunteers, we have full-time jobs and full-time family responsibilities to come these last-minute things on zoning. We specifically made a policy that staff is supposed to follow, and I'm trying not to get angry at staff, to give us more than we received this late Thursday. I haven't had it, not a moment even to go by. I've been here 40 years. So I know the island well enough. So it's not about you. It's not about the owners. It's about if we're going to have rules, we're going to have to start living by the rules. We make rules, it seems to me, and we have a pandemic of making exceptions to rules, however justified they are. I share your concern, but honestly, to be honest with you, Mayor and my colleagues, it is really unfair to us, elected officials, for me or any of us to vote for deferral. It should have been automatically informed to you by staff that that's the way it is, because we already made this policy. So now I find myself in another uncomfortable situation unnecessarily. And if we just stick to playing by the rules, we eliminate 90% of our problems. Notwithstanding that, and I want you to understand, and the owner, I am prepared to withdraw my motion so that we can hear you out of courtesy of the owners, and then we will collectively decide whether it's not. But there's a principle involved. I hope you recognize that.
I certainly do.
Okay, and that's all I want to know.
I certainly do.
And I know
I
that.
understand this.
Okay, so I withdraw my motion.
Okay, the motion's withdrawn on that item. Are there any other deferrals or additions, deletions? Councilmember Segurola?
I'd like to add for discussion item, the use of the fields, in particular with the girls soccer, with the girls field hockey. That's what I meant.
And that'd be 5.
And if we could, is Todd here?
Use of the fields for field hockey?
Yes.
That's great. And I'd like to move to put in the Dr. Simons's request on the sidewalk.
Well, that item's coming before us. Oh, no,
Yeah.
that's
Well,
actually...
but I want to make sure, because I thought we had, I agree with him.
Well, but that's tab 7. That's going to be, we're going to have a discussion on that.
So we'll do it on the budget. Okay.
On the item.
On the item.
The item's
I have
there.
it in my notes too.
Okay.
Yeah, so as do I. I have it started.
Thank you.
So anybody else with additions, deletions?
Mr. Mayor, I was going to add in, I know Councilman Laredo just mentioned it, but that item on 10C and the item that Mr. Simon was talking about, that is not included in the project.
Okay, well, let's talk about that when we get to that item. That's not, this is additions, deletions, deferrals, withdrawals. Anything else? All right.
All those in favor?
Aye. Okay.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Right. Next item.
Next item, Mr. Mayor, is the consent agenda.
I move it.
Second.
Who was seconded? I'm sorry. Thank you.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is The first reading of an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, comprehensively updating and revising Chapter 30, Zoning and Land Development Regulations of the Village Code of Ordinances, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Moved. Second.
Thank you.
Okay, let's remember that I'm going to open this for public comments first. Does anybody here want to speak to this on first reading? This is the first reading of this ordinance on our zoning regulations, zoning code. And I want to remind everybody, this is going to have to come back to second reading. I share on this one the same sort of thing that Councilmember Laredo mentioned about the variance. You know, this is a lot. So I am going to be looking at this very heavily through the next month, because this will be coming back to us on October 12th. I would recommend we move it unless anybody has any substantial changes they want to see right now. I would advise, I mean, I frankly can't get into a very detailed conversation about this, but I'm going to look through this and make sure that everything comports with what I believe. I do appreciate Councilmember Moss and the work that he has done on this. So it's been moved and seconded. Unless there's any more conversation.
No, call the question.
Let's call the question and move.
I have one. Where did 3242B3 come from? I've never seen it before. It's artificial turf.
Right.
I do not accept the premise that that is compatible with neighborhood standards, when the standards include keeping the turf invisible from the public realm.
Well,
that is an unreconcilable illogic. And I just don't know where it came from, but I will oppose it when it comes time to deal with this substantively at second reading.
That's why I want to,
I worked on this and I don't know where this came from, so it's a question.
I think is probably has to do with what happened at Oceana. I'm not saying I know, but sorry, this is tab. Which tab am I on for?
You can go right to, it's 4, but it's right at the beginning.
No, 242 artificial turf maybe permit. I mean, you and I have been going back and forth on this since artificial turf wasn't created. So you and I will certainly be going back and forth on this. I just thought we could save that for the matinee on the October 12th.
It was created on Rosh Hashanah, by the way.
Oh, very nice. Okay.
And Frank, I think that's something that was from the Oceana issue. So that's something that we have to talk about in debate, because you and I are very much aligned on artificial turf when it had to do with soccer fields and other places. So, but it's something that I know they've had issues with and residents were interested in. So we have time to make that decision up here.
Let's have these.
Okay, now it's just to move it to
exactly. Let's move it to second reading, unless anybody has any, because that'll be a battle we'll have.
I thought.
Mike,
go ahead.
Mike,
Ed.
My suggestion is that why don't we submit to the clerk, she can circulate all of our questions by line number.
Great idea.
Ledger thing, because that way we can think about it ahead of time.
Good.
Since it's a long thing to do at the meeting.
Fair enough. All right, let's do that. That's a great recommendation from the Vice Mayor. Once in a while.
Blind squirrel.
Miracles happen.
Do you believe in miracles? No, it's a great idea. If you have ideas, if you have questions, circulate them through the clerk, and we can all sort of ponder them, and then we'll come back on October 12th and have our discussions if we haven't resolved things, and we can move forward.
Mayor, I know you asked if anybody wanted to speak, all right? And
yes.
Nobody wanted to speak, correct?
Correct. That's correct. Nobody wanted to speak.
Peter, want to read the instructions?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Peter. Do you want to read the instructions? Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. For those of you watching us now and have any questions or comments on the ordinance, please dial the following phone number, 305-365-7569. Then please enter the meeting ID of 231-627-8415. For those of you currently in the meeting and wishing to speak on the ordinance, please dial *9 now.
Mike, while we give people a second to join in if they want to, I think it might also be worth mentioning that we have had 3 workshops on this. And if anyone who's watching is interested in the really in-depth conversations that went into it and the descriptions, they all should be able to be viewed on the website.
That's right. That's a good point. So do what she said.
Mr. Mayor, I have no one to ask.
Nobody signed up?
No, sir.
Okay, Councilmember Laredo, you had one question?
No, I know it's a little bit out of line, but you're adapting to reality and people's business, busy lives, particularly women and mothers. So they can go home and come back at a certain time, because this issue we're going to talk at the end of the day, right?
Right.
or I'm prepared to do it now if you feel out of courtesy to them.
Well, let's get through the resolutions and then then we can have that discussion, I think. But I'd like to get through all our action items before we get to discussions. Okay, let's call the question.
Councilmember Kaplan,
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor London,
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Segurola,
Yes.
Mayor Davey.
Yes.
The ordinance is approved on first reading. The second reading will be on October 12th.
Thank you. Next item.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving a variance to allow maximum wall height of a third story to encroach into a minimum setback lines on the property located at 630 Sunset Circle, providing for findings, providing for conditions, providing for recording, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
I'm sorry, who seconded?
Ed.
Ed.
Thank you.
Hey,
you're up.
Listen, out of respect for playing by the rules, we would like to defer. We'll defer until September 8th. This is important to us. We want to take your time to review it. I don't know how that works with us.
No, don't do it.
Take a step back, and we'd like to.
Don't do it. The point is already.
The point is 2 weeks away. It's 2 weeks away. Take your time and really review it because I think it's something that is very important.
The point is already well made. I think we want to hear you.
Okay. We're happy to do it.
That's very nice of you. By the way, class act. Thank you. Jesus Christ, it's so beautiful to have wonderful people in this.
We like to play by the rules. This is uncommon for us. Uncommon for us.
Thank you. That was very kind.
Move on, Thomas.
Okay.
Go ahead and present, Tom.
I just have to.
Mike, tell Ed he's chairing. Are you?
I'm going to apologize to everybody. I have business relationships with Mr. Weber, so I'm going to recuse myself from this matter just in an abundance of caution because I don't want anybody thinking anything untoward here.
Make your presentation, Tom.
Hold on one second. Before we do presentations, the clerk will need to swear in any witnesses. So Mr. Weber will have to be sworn in. Anybody else in the audience that would like to speak? I know Olga's going to probably speak. Will need to be sworn in. So it might be best to raise their hand and stand up and be sworn in now. Also, anybody from the public that wants to speak on this, we will have to swear them in before they speak. Okay? Madam Clerk? All right.
Do you swear to tell the truth on this hearing in this matter?
Yes.
Thank you.
We also have a PDF presentation. All right. So then
While we're doing this, if anybody else is going to speak, you can stand up now. I know, Olga, did you just stand and was sworn in? Okay. So why don't you swear in Olga also?
That's that.
Do you swear to tell the truth in this hearing on this matter? Thank you.
Do you want to speak? Do you want to go first? It's up to you. One would usually assume.
Everyone, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Let me start off with, I apologize for the fact that this wasn't turned in earlier. I wasn't aware of the policy, but moving forward, I suggest I will, go ahead and, I don't even know what the policy is, 3 weeks, 3-week policy.
Whatever, that's fine. Let's
Okay.
just move on.
Okay. So this property at 630 Sunset Circle, they were here for a regulatory variance. It's essentially because it's an unconventional lot that would not they want to have a third story, and in order for them to have a third story, once they have the 8 and 12, they would not meet the maximum
setback requirement. So this is essentially approval of a variance to allow the maximum wall height of a third story. As you've already received the staff report, but you probably haven't had a chance to review, this property was originally built in 1964 under the Harbor Cove subdivision. It's not your typical lot. It has platted lot lines for 25-foot platted lot lines that are not typical of a plat. And essentially, they want to be able to build a single-family home at this property to gain the square footage. They would need that extra height limitation. Without that 8 and 12, with the 8 and 12, they would not be able to have a third story. So this is essentially their application.
And essentially, how many feet is that?
How many feet? They're still going to meet the height requirement.
Oh.
Yeah, they're not exceeding height requirement. They're meeting setback requirements and FARs and lot coverage.
Olga, my understanding that the typical lots on a 7,500 square foot, which is typical in our zoning, is a 20-foot setback for the front. But for some reason on this lot, because of the plat, it's actually 25 feet. And what they're asking is, as if it was a 20-foot setback, like it is everywhere else, they would be within the code once they hit that 8 to 12 slope up on the third story. So they would be within the code if it was at the 20-foot?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
No, because it's actually not, it has a depth. It's actually wider than it is deeper. It's the opposite of your typical lot, 75 by 100.
Okay.
Yeah.
I might add that this particular lot was previously sold, and the people bought it, and they realized after they bought it that they had these plat restrictions on the 25-foot setbacks, which made the lot not unbuildable. But so they went to the neighbors to see if they would all agree to remove this, but then it came up to the village of Key Biscayne. Make a long story short, the guy lost, I think, $200,000 and walked away from the deal. So this property's been around for a while, and it's always been a problem for anybody to develop. So therefore, if it was conventional or it had a typical configuration lot to, excuse me, width to depth, this wouldn't be a problem. They could build a house that probably would need the third story, but it's not. So I don't really see any reason why we shouldn't approve it. Continue, Olga.
Yes, so the approval and my recommendation would be an approval with conditions. Whether, in other words, if they were going to exceed, if they're going to build beyond the 25-foot setback lines, they would need to replat the property to remove those lines. And I know you've mentioned they've already attempted in the past to try and remove it, and they've had issues. Well, the condition would be to keep any open porches encroaching within the 25-foot setback, which is how it was originally built in 1964, with open spaces, open areas along past the 25-foot setback line, and just kind of keep the building footprint within that area.
So Olga or the owner's representative, if you can provide me with a real name because this is a offshore company, but is the intent here is for the family to make this a primary residence? This is in no way I already been burned a few times in this village with speculation and et cetera, et cetera. This is obviously you can't guarantee it, but the intent here is to this family to move and build and be a permanent resident.
It's such a great point, actually, by the way. This family, Pablo and Daniela Shakur, they're brothers, and his wife actually moved into Key Biscayne as well, too. Gulf Road, we're doing a house with them. These guys are here. They love Key Biscayne, and they're planting their roots. The families more family members are coming. This is their primary home. At the end of the day, essentially, we're not out looking for a variance to put a third story. That's not what we're after here. With the 2 stories and the shape of this lot, they can't achieve 47%. They can't achieve a square footage that they need for their family of 5 in order to get in there. We have 2 nice floors. I have 2 nice floor plans I can show you. It gets them their maximum allowable square footage. Not that they're trying to max it out, but they need a nice size house, but it's not a huge lot. The lot size is 9450. Base FAR is 36, but they want to go to 4441. Literally, the first 2 floors, I fill up that long area I can't get any more habitable space with the 3-foot jogs. I can only get 3865. I decided, look, now what? What do we come and we ask for? Am I going to ask to get closer to other people with relaxed setbacks? Maybe as Brett Moss had said in the beginning, I thought, why don't we go upstairs? We're allowed to do this sort of thing. And we could try it from there. And inherently, how do I get to this? Because I just want to show you one diagram that really tells you the whole truth. And it's a simple matter. This is our hardship. They just want to be able to get a few more. How does it get up there? Who does it? Can you guys see this?
No, Pete's coming.
He's coming.
Excuse me, Tom.
Yes, sir.
What you're mentioning 8 and 12 pitch, and basically, I think everybody. I don't know if everybody's familiar with it, but in order to extend the wall height, every foot you want to extend, excuse me, you have to go back 1 foot to go up 8 inches. So that is really your problem at 8 and 12 pitch, rather than anything else. Is that correct?
Yeah, let me get to it here.
And then basically the code, we put that in the code so that the wall height would not be too close to the neighbor on side yards. That's where the 8 and 12 came from originally, correct?
Okay.
So
it is.
So, I mean, that really is the only discussion item. Is the 8 and 12 pitch applicable to this particular property?
If someone could help me go do down here a little bit, I just want to go to a couple of things. I can't run this thing very well. I just want to slip down to a couple of slides and not bore you guys. I think everyone gets the gist here.
Hey, Tom.
I'm smarter than the machine. I got it. Stay up and down. Look, we went through, I'm just going to flip through here quickly, okay? So the lot is extremely thin. So here's Sunset Circle. Here's our property. We have a 25-foot front setback, 25-foot rear setback, and a 5-foot easement. It's 25 feet of buildable area. Not to mention that we have our side setback, some of the side yards, and 137 feet, whatever it is. We have a 30-foot setback over here, comes this way, and we went with a 7'6" setback over here. Ooh. So we got a pretty interesting house on the site plan. And we went through with the village. This was actually approved. I wanted to thank Renee, if he's in here. I want to thank Olga and really Angel Medina for really getting us to this point to where these guys felt comfortable purchasing the lot. I mean, you guys were a big help and instrumental, and I appreciate that. Look, we get to it. I just mentioned, this is all my zoning data. We can't get the square footage. I don't have to go through this completely. Here's our nice floor plans. First floor plan, you walk in. So here's our setback line, guys. See, there's a little bit of terrace here, right there. If I gobble that up, which I did on the second floor, it's 90 square feet extra. So nice second floor. See, I got it because the curve comes down through here. It's only 90 more square feet that I didn't take downstairs. I don't have enough square footage. So we came and we designed this piece right here that is 586 square feet that allows us to get the guest room that they so wanted, the upstairs playroom, and allowed them to design within right. Okay. So here's the elevations. We're not looking at what the architecture looks like here today. We're looking at a particular rule, but it's the third piece, the third story. This is the front elevation, and this is the back. This is where we start to get into trouble, and I'll show you the diagrams. So what you have at the 8 on 12, let me zoom down through here a little bit. Okay, this is kind of what the architecture would look like. But this is not why we're here. This is what we're proposing. Here it is. Check this out. From base flood elevation up to 22'6", you draw an imaginary line at 8 on 12. From north to south or east to west, we're completely within right. It's just the two sides. Really the problem. And when I flip down, here it is, and I don't know if you guys can zoom in. I can't zoom here. There's the triangle. There's a person. I cannot even fit a person within there. So what we're asking for here today is a relaxation only for this amount of space. It's a relaxation of the code. Why? Why is this, to me, the right thing to do? Because I live here on the key. I don't want people... The intent of the code, the intent of the overall code, here's the triangle again. The intent of the overall code is this, and I just kind of put this basic thing down. It's a 75 by 100 square foot lot. Here's another one. Here's another one. The intent of the code is if you're going to have a third floor, that you're not 7.5 feet and 7.5 feet and putting a box right here on the side and looking down 15 feet away. That's the intent of this code. So we began to study that and look. This is extremely important. Here's our lot. There's the third floor. From this one, by the way, that we're furthest away, we're actually within right. This one, at 40 feet, the littlest dimension, we're actually within right. The next closest one back over here, we're 60 feet away from that neighbor. And of course, all the way across the street, we're 250 feet away. I felt that this isn't something that's gonna, these are the two people right here. He's 250 feet away. It doesn't seem to me that we are asking too much in order to allow them to have the same rights as everybody else. That's what I'm asking for at the end of the day.
That's an excellent presentation.
There we go.
Acting mayor, I spent a lot of time, not always successfully in banking, and all the good loans that I ever made were made on character, and not on collateral and all the things. So I'm very impressed by your presentation and the family that is going to be living there, and I'm prepared to move this item today.
Anybody else like to speak?
I like to move it, that we approve it as requested.
Second.
Any other discussion? Anybody else want to speak?
Just an observation that if you look at the last page in Tom's presentation, the photo identified as photo 1, it kind of speaks vividly to the point that Ed made about the absence of oppression on a neighbor because of too close verticality. It just doesn't exist because of the distance to the neighbors. Yeah. And you can see that in photo 1. So I'm ready to.
Anybody else like to speak before we call the question?
Just to make clear, Councilmember Barrera, the motion is to approve with the staff's conditions.
As recommended.
That's correct.
Do we need public comments on this at all? Or
yes, we do need to open it up to a public hearing in case anybody wants to speak.
Are there any speakers, Pete?
Nobody signed up.
Peter, read the instructions, please.
Yes, Madam Clerk. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you that wish to speak or comment on this ordinance, please call the following telephone number: 305-365-7569. Then please enter meeting ID of 231-627-8415. For those of you that are currently in the meeting and do wish to speak to this ordinance, please dial *9 on your telephones now.
What are we waiting for?
See if anybody wants to speak.
Public comments.
Anything, Pete?
No one has signed up, sir.
Hearing nothing, let's call the question. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Laredo?
Heidi, are you calling the question?
Yes.
Well, yes.
Vice Mayor Linden?
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick?
Yes.
Councilmember Moss?
yes.
Councilmember Segurola?
Yes.
Councilmember Kaplan?
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Tom, would you
Good job.
have your client or the family come up?
This is, Danielle, you can still hear me. Daniela Shakur.
Daniel habla inglés,
Yes, yes.
y español también.
Did Pablo make it, or we scared him away?
Yeah. Well, no, just
Thank you.
I just wanted to say welcome to Key Biscayne.
Thank you so
We
much.
look forward to having you and your family with us.
We lived here in 2017, but we couldn't stay, so we went back to Mexico. But then after the COVID and the Zooms and everything, it enabled my husband to be more present here, so I'm fully staying with the kids. They started school last year already. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, and thank you for your courtesy towards us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shows a lot of character. Thank you.
What's the next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Did the mayor want to rejoin the meeting?
Next item, he'll come in.
Okay. The next item is a capital authorizing resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting JLMB Construction Corp. for the Lake Park Gazebo Improvements Project in an amount not to exceed $77,000, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Let's hear from Jake first, or from Mr. Manager.
It's Director Ozyman will make his comments.
Do we need to? Do you need to make a presentation? I'm ready. We've seconded.
Well, we have to explain to the public what's going on, so they all understand why we're doing what we're doing.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. This project is before you, Lake Park Gazebo Improvements. It was approved before this council some months ago for a different contractor, but the village was unable to negotiate a contract with the selected contractor at the time. We re-advertised, rebid the job, and we got a new bidder. And now we are asking for contract approval, and so we can start this construction.
And you recommend?
Correct.
All right.
This has been a long time coming.
It has. I appreciate, I know you've hit some hiccups, so I appreciate this. Anybody have any comments? I'm going to open it up for public comments. Is anybody here to speak to the resolution? Pete, you have anybody signed up to speak? Pete, can you hear me?
There's nobody here.
Oh, there's nobody there. Thank you, Kat. All right. So hearing none, let's vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Next item.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving a change order for KCI Technologies, Inc. for construction, engineering, and inspection CEI services for the Safe Routes to School SRTS project in an amount not to exceed $49,752.26, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Okay. Why don't we get the presentation again? Or,
just a question. As to Dr. Simons, the manager, question on the proposal as to dollars and cents. That is, as he was saying, double paying for the sidewalk.
Well, first I want to make clear that sidewalk is not in it, but I'll let why don't we have the details on the cost specific.
Right, but the short answer is no, it's not included?
It is not included, no.
Okay. And can we make, approve this and then make another motion? Or before that, we should make a decision not to build that sidewalk there? What would be the best order to do? I move.
Let's hear his presentation. And then if you want to make any motions to amend the resolution, or if there's anything you want to add, then I think.
Oh, the reason I made it separate because supposedly this presentation does not include as to dollars and cents that sidewalk.
Right. So correct. I'll say
you have hesitant answers, and I'm not too bright. I need short answers.
I'll give you a very short answer. Project is over. Contract we are in closeout. There's nothing else happening. It's finished. Sidewalk was not built.
In this project, this $49,000 does not include the sidewalk in Harvard Park.
It does not, and then we have no project to include the sidewalk there. It's over.
Then it's safe to move it. I move it.
No, it's already been moved.
It's moved already.
We've moved. It's seconded. He's presenting on it, and then we're going to have discussion, and there's a lot of echo here.
I have an idea for you. I have a solution, but when we get to it.
Okay.
Please, let's get to the presentation. Let's get moving.
Okay. Thank you again, Mayor, Council. The resolution before you is to approve the change order for $49,752 for construction engineering inspection services for Safe Routes Schools project. The reason for the change order is for the following. In this contract, we experienced delays to the duration of the job, as well as a lot of change orders to the design errors, emission, fuel condition, etc. Initial time estimate was 6 months, and it ended up being 9 months. So construction and inspection is a product of the time, and there are heavy regulations that impose upon us because there's a federal grant involved for this project, and this is the change order. And I want to clarify the Harbor Park sidewalk. We did spend some time and some monies for the Harbor Drive sidewalk for the analysis and feasibility, and that was listed here. And this consultant had actually worked at will prior to us giving them a change order. So the work is already done. We're going to close our project process, and basically the paperwork will be done about a month, and that's where we are.
Quick question. Is this going to be covered by the grant that we have, this change order?
This portion won't be.
This is coming from us directly.
Correct.
Okay. Councilmember Kaplan?
I've noticed with mounting anxiety the proliferation of crosswalk pylons. Is that a condition of the federal grant?
Correct, sir.
It's a little overdone, isn't it?
It is. Unfortunately, federal government and state government follow a little behind with the technology, and they made us do it.
Does that include the double pylons adjacent to each other at Harbor, South and Harbor?
Yes.
It's one instance where there's two.
I believe so, yes. I want to check the design drawings, but we wouldn't install if it wasn't called out for.
Amazing.
But again, the number of them is gone already because it's the locations and everything. We're not going to replace them, but again, in order to comply with the grant requirements, we have to install.
Vice Mayor? You're muted, Ed. There you go. No, you're unmuted. I just let it go.
Jake, you mentioned that some of the overruns are due to design errors. Aren't these the people who did the design?
No, sir. The design was done by Kimley-Horn Associates, and then construction and inspection is done by KCI. As per the state requirement, designer cannot act as a construction inspection firm, so it's separate.
So basically, they had nothing to do with design. And the
Correct.
reason the overrun is strictly because of other people's mistakes, not theirs.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilmember Laredo? Yeah, I can hear you. You can't hear?
Blessing, by the way, I'm sorry.
You can't hear it?
That you took care of that for me, right? You did it so that.
So you didn't have to listen to Ed?
Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
My pleasure, Luis.
All right. Councilmember Kaplan, you wanted to say something?
My suggestion to deal with Luis's request is to include in the resolution that item 4 in the exhibit is eliminated, and an affirmative statement that the project doesn't include that sidewalk.
Yeah, Pete, we're getting a lot of feedback. Well, we're trying.
I think it might, Jake, I think it might be you. I think as soon as you turned on your stuff, yeah, so much better.
You know what it is? You've got the headset right next to the mic.
So I think what the proposal was is in the Exhibit A, remove number 4.
Well, which number 4?
The additional sidewalk added, right? That one or
no? I think
the sidewalk, the Harbor Drive.
It's the second number 4.
The sidewalk at Harbor Drive Park.
The second Harbor Drive one, the Harbor Drive Park, number 4. And then in the resolution, just an affirmative statement that this.
There was no sidewalk constructed at the Harbor Drive Park.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fine.
Not constructed nor paid for.
Okay. Wait. Will not be constructed. Sidewalk will not be constructed at Harbor Drive Park.
As part of this project.
Okay. As part of this project, correct. That's second. Yeah. Well, Frank made the motion. Laredo seconded it. And just on the motion to amend, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay. So now we've got the motion before us. Councilmember McCormick, did you have something to say? You have to unmute yourself.
I did. I wanted to congratulate you on this project being finished, and also just the whole village. I mean, this was such a huge undertaking for us in so many different ways. We saw such issues with traffic. It's always in every survey, our number one complaint. This grant was identified by a group of residents working together as volunteers. Then the staff took it over and really drove this project home. And I was really happy on the first day of school to see so many people walking. And hopefully people will increasingly feel safe walking, and we'll see more people walking to school and less cars on the road. So well done to everyone. It's been a major, major project. And I know that there were probably times where you were ready to just throw up your hands and walk away, but congratulations on a successful completion.
No, and I would echo that, because I know how much you did going out and actually meeting with the individual homemakers or homeowners who are having issues. So thank you for that. And I think people really do appreciate it.
And this is a project that started in 2015. So it's a long time. Yeah, that's fast in government.
All right, let's call the question.
Aye.
Okay, perfect. Thank you all. All right, next, public comments. I have one speaker signed up at this point. Pete, if you would read the instructions.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you watching us on channel 77 on Comcast or channel 99 on AT&T, or streaming us live via our website, if you wish to make a public comment, please dial the following phone number: 305-365-7569. Then please enter the meeting ID of 231-627-8415. For those of you currently in the meeting, please dial *9 on your telephones or raise your hand via the Zoom app to participate.
All right, I have one speaker here in chambers, Felipe Rojas. Please state your name and address for the record. Can you put the headset on so folks at home can hear you? Perfect, that one. No worries. Yeah, it's a project. It's a process these days. No worries. Take your time.
No, is that better?
Better.
You. My name is Felipe Rojas. I live in 151 Crandon Boulevard, Key Biscayne, Florida, 33149, apartment 340. I'm here to talk about the petition submitted by the Sport Field Hockey to take away field practice time from Key Biscayne Soccer Club. I kindly request time is not taken from Key Biscayne Soccer Club, and I would like to explain why, in my opinion, this should not happen. First of all, the importance of the soccer program on the Key Biscayne community. My two sons have played baseball, basketball, tackle football with the Key Rats. I was even an assistant coach, and soccer since 2008. As many other kids, they decided to follow the soccer path with the Key Biscayne Soccer Club. As you all may know, Key Biscayne has a total population of approximately 14,800 people, of which 28% or 3,500 are persons between 5 and 18 years old. And the Key Biscayne Soccer Club has a total of 1,100 players, out of which 85% or 935 are resident players. 26% of the population between 5 and 8 years old in Key Biscayne play soccer. Out of all the players, 2,050 are girls. In the past 2 years, the number of girl teams went from 5 to 11. The club has come a long way since kids joined back in 2008. Starting this year, the club joined the ACNL League, the most competitive league our kids have ever played. 70% of student athletes are drafted by colleges and universities from this league. The Key Biscayne has a lot of young talented people or kids. To put things in perspective, the sport of hockey currently has an approximate number of 150 players. All programs should be evaluated with the same criteria. A public bid enforce a minimum of resident players of 85%, which you all know, or may or may not, I'm not sure, a 5-year contract, and most importantly, the village should have the appropriate facilities so that all sports can be promoted within our community. As we had in the past with the tackle football and everything, there were fields available and baseball.
30 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. So taking space away from soccer and giving it to other sports such as field hockey is not the solution. At this point, there are multiple solutions, but maybe allocate space Thursdays and Tuesdays when the fields are not in such a high demand. So I beg you to please not take away and analyze this deeply so we can keep playing soccer. Thank you.
But he's not in the business of, okay, because I couldn't hear the.
A volunteer parent.
Yeah, it's just that I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody signed up in the Zoom universe?
Mr. Mayor, I have nobody signed up.
Nobody signed up. Okay. And we're going to close public comments and let's move on to.
We were gonna discuss.
Oh, that's right. Yes, we're going to move
over this issue. So
we're going to take. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'll move the item 12B5 to the front so we can go through this so all the parents can go home and don't.
Second.
Okay.
Second.
All those in
favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay.
Motion carries.
Okay, so the item is use of fields for field hockey and other sports. I guess, Mr. Manager, if you'd like to, let's set it off. I want everybody to understand, I am now appointing, we have a village athletic advisory board, and one of the items that is coming up toward the end of the evening is a new appointment. So I'm appointing 3 new members to that board. And I know, look, field space has been an issue since since the village was incorporated. It's never not been an issue, field space. So they will, in fact, be addressing that going forward. But if we want to have a conversation, if Todd, if you want to explain what the situation is right now, and just kind of give a little bit of illumination here, or Mr. Manager, if you would, have Todd give us a little bit of illumination, and then, we can move on.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and obviously this is something that I think we all recognize, number one. Number two, in the 3 months I've been here, I've recognized and have conversations with Todd. We are, but it's a long-term solution, talking to the city of Miami with Virginia Key. There's some other alternatives that we are talking about, but all of them are long-term. So obviously this is something that people are concerned at this moment. And I'd like to bring Todd up and we can have a conversation about the fields that we do have and maybe what is the proper allocation.
Can you hear okay?
Oh, where is he, Pete? So he can come and maybe.
Pete, can you assist Councilmember Laredo?
Because I tried everything.
Wait for that?
No, he can hear you. He'll be able to hear you in the chambers.
Perfect. All right. I think you have a pretty good idea that we're at capacity with the fields. We haven't allocated new fields to any of the programs that are going on. They've all been within the same existing field use allocation for the past several years. We have been able to provide field hockey with some space on the Village Green North 2 years ago, and we were able to accommodate them at the Key Biscayne K8 this year, but their significant request was for some time at Mast Academy that's currently occupied by our soccer program. Glenn Wallman, chair of the Village Athletics Advisory Board, and I met with both parties, tried to negotiate unsuccessfully an agreement between both. But I think, as you said, that Glenn's going to call for a meeting next week so we can hear from both groups, analyze the situation, and as their job is, make a recommendation to me on how best to proceed into this village council. I mean, as the manager said, no athletic program currently is happy with their field allocation. Talk to somebody from rugby, talk to somebody with baseball, and pick a sport. Call somebody who's in charge of that sport or manages that sport. Nobody's happy. Everybody's bumping up against everybody. Everybody wants more space. All the programs are amazing. There's nothing negative to be said other than that we just don't have enough field space to be increasing field allocations at this point. Any give to one program is either going to reschedule their program to later hours or cancel teams. So that's where we are. But I think the Village Athletics Advisory Board is willing to take a look at this with me. I'll provide them with any data that they need, and then we can report back to you.
So Todd, obviously we've heard this from many different sports. We see it with girls volleyball is always turning people away. And a lot of times we hear people saying, you know, it's soccer, using up so much of the field. Has there been any increase? I mean, you said that you have an increased allocation. Have there been an increase in applicants in soccer? Are they turning people away?
They are.
They are. And are all of these year-round sports field? So my kids do stuff on the water, so I'm not so good with the fields.
The year-round sports currently are soccer, field hockey, and rugby.
Okay.
Rugby's a little bit shorter, starts in about November. These sports are both starting now, and they run till May, but both of them played throughout the summer. So they're virtually year-round sports now.
No, and trying to, I mean, I can tell you, we've been reaching out to the county. We've been reaching out to the city of Miami. I've been talking to them since day one, trying to get field space. We've been trying to figure out creative ways to create more space. I mean, there's no question. We have more kids. I mean, it's great that we have more kids that want to be in sports, and we 100% want to support all of this. I would love to do everything we can for every sport, but right now, we're having a tough, and this goes for all sports. So I don't want any one sport to think we're coming after them. Field hockey is raising the issue because they're a growing sport, but rugby could say the same. I mean, lacrosse back in the day, they said the same. Baseball is gone. Football is gone. So I think we have to keep pushing, and we're struggling to find ways, and we're always trying to get creative. I know people are talking about really outside the box thinking in terms of finding fields in different places. But we just have to keep at it. So Glenn and his group have to come back at it, hopefully in a week or so, and they can start moving the ball for us.
I wasn't done when you jumped in, but
I apologize.
I wanted to reassure people who are watching for all sports that this is, as the mayor said, this is something that the what do we call it? The YAB now will look at, but also it's something I want to come before us again for an update in maybe a few months' time, just to hear how things go. And as the mayor said, this obviously has been an ongoing thing. There are many of us up here who voted to put turf at the Village Green, not because any of us wanted turf at the Village Green, but because the alternative meant seriously reducing the programming we could offer because of the intensity of the field use. And then we also took a major hit when we lost this little bit of space that we had in Crandon Park, and that's no longer available to us. So as our population has grown, our availability of field space, unfortunately, is going in the wrong direction. So it is something that we all need to keep working on and be patient with each other about. But I, for one, I hear you, and we'll keep working on it.
Councilmember Laredo, you want to say something?
Yeah, all of these, particularly soccer, all of these participants are residents?
No, sir.
We should have a workshop on that at some point, because it's 70-30 is supposed to be the split.
I represent the people of Kings County.
Yes, sir.
I don't represent anybody over on the other side of the bridge. For some of you parents, that you have to understand, because every day, as a 40-year resident
involved in the formation 30 years ago. I thank a subsequent council after I left the first time to purchase that property. It was a courageous decision to make it a park, and it transformed Key Biscayne. Otherwise, you all can imagine another two ugly shopping centers we have, the world's ugliest shopping centers. Those contributors, those taxpayers who paid for that, have very generous, a lot of them, seeded their park with faith. I hope you all appreciate that.
In here.
Councilman Laredo, your sound is not working properly.
He's off and on. Wait a second. Just wait for Pete to come. Try it again.
Having said that, so some of you, to put it in perspective, and we're grateful for those adults, some of them now are over 50 and 60, they have no park to go to, okay? Because they recognize that it's more important to give the children and their grandchildren the parks. The issue here to me, Mayor, if we get, we're going to overanalyze it, is that it's a question of balance. And I know he didn't mean it, the gentleman from the soccer team, but he kept using the word taking away. The girls hockey, field hockey, is not asking to take away from anybody. It's to try to share it. And I'm not, maybe I should get more involved since I come from some athletic background. But boy, I tell you, I never been through that park and my bike, but I seen overwhelming soccer. It's just soccer. And I could be wrong because I don't have the facts. I think that girls and women or young women are probably underrepresented. I am very much in favor of them in sports. And I get a feeling that we're not being perfectly balanced. And it's not one against the other. Yeah, because I've heard this before and it goes back to some meetings that I don't know where those meetings go. Maybe I should attend those. But what are we going to tell them? So if we have to cut back on soccer and they have, what is soccer's control of the schedule?
Hold on. Let's take this down because I think we're starting to make this them against them. And I think
no. Well, I'm trying to educate myself. I'm trying to figure out soccer, how much of the time allotment occupies soccer.
I can't give you an exact figure.
But give me a ballpark. It's clearly over 50%.
I hate to I hate to give you a number in a public setting that is not going to be accurate. I think that's one of the factors that the Village Athletics Advisory Board is going to want to look at
which is perfectly fine, but I'm an elected official. And so that's an advisory board and that's fine. I'm asking questions.
They will then come back to us though.
But why don't we ask the question to the advisory board to bring back to us and present to us? I think that might be the best way.
This councilman is suggesting to that advisory board or you or whomever it is down the road that I think we should be more balanced and we should be more favorable to young women and girls, period. You figure out it is going to be painful because you have a definitive time and feel, but it is clearly to me from common sense, and I will stand corrected, Todd, that the overwhelming time that I go by there is all soccer. And if you're telling me that 30% of those, more or less, are not even residents, I'm leaning towards giving the girls more time. That's all. That's one man's policy. Just the same way I feel, these bicycling sports that I want a basketball court built in Crandon Boulevard because, I know it's tough, but that's where you get paid the big bucks. Okay.
Thank you, Todd.
And so when are we going to get an answer back?
Well, let's have a conversation and figure out when the advisory board is going to meet, and then they can come present to us and explain to us. They've done this in the past. The advisory board has come before us and presented on scheduling and explained what the methodology is that goes in. Yeah, Councilmember Kaplan? You're muted. Well, your button may be pushed. There you go.
How's that? Better?
Perfect.
Yeah,
much
a lot better.
No, you just muted yourself. Hit the button once and let it go. There, hit that button. Nope, hit it again.
Good?
Yes, leave it alone.
Now we can hear.
Don't touch anything.
Step away from the button.
Exactly.
Are we getting our full use out of MAST?
Absolutely.
And what's going on with St. Agnes? We're getting full use out of that?
Right now, we resodded a portion. So
They're going through the construction.
Yeah, the construction took a portion. We sodded a portion that's not currently viable to be used until it grows in. And then we'll be using what's not included in the construction 100%. We're maximizing the resources we currently have.
So I think the takeaway from this conversation is probably boils down to two things: acquisitions, interlocal agreements, ASAP, and the thrust of this conversation a moment ago is really about whether the allocation formula is equal. If it's skewed, that would be something to know.
Correct. But let's make sure it is before we start suggesting it.
Okay.
Mike?
Yeah, Vice Mayor and then Councilmember McCormick.
I'm sure this is not the case, but following up what Luis had to say, and some others have called me, and I know we don't discriminate, but they think it's unfair the amount of time spent on men's sports versus women's sports or boys' sports. I'd like the advisory board to consider that.
You just froze, Ed.
Still froze?
Well, Ed, let's get. No, you were unfrozen, but that's what I'm saying. Let's have them come back to us.
They should consider that. That's all. The advisory board.
Of course, I agree. I think that's what Councilmember Laredo said, and I think let's have the advisory board come to us. Wow. Okay.
I know it's a mistake agreeing with them, but I do.
You guys are agreeing. This is getting weird tonight. All right. Thank you, Todd.
Todd, the
Councilmember.
questions that I would have to add, obviously I have concerns about the number of boys versus number of girls, but I would really like to know if the data is available, numbers related to how many people are turned away. So in other words, like the number of people applying for each individual sport, so that we could be being fair in that sense. That I don't think it's necessarily our position to be imposing the choice on other people by saying, this, if you don't get the sport you want, you have to do that one because that's what we decided they should have fair sports. But I think to really look at it, it would be important to know how many people each sport is turning away and how many girls do we have in all of the girls' offerings of sports, soccer included.
Understood.
That makes me think one clarification, and then we can end this. When Mayor Davey mentioned football and baseball, the point there is that they weren't killed. There was a self-selection causing a decline in the popularity.
Fair. Absolutely.
They just became.
And it was also the loss of fields. Let's be clear. I mean, I was a baseball coach for a while, and we lost Crandon. And once you lost Crandon, we had no kid pitch baseball. You can't kid pitch over here at the K through 8. So it did. You had to travel. We had to travel to Gateland, and that just became arduous for a lot of parents. And it became an off the island sport for kids who wanted to pursue it. So there, in a sense, we didn't kill it. And you're right, there was natural selection, programs grew, and there was also, with football, there were parents who ran that, really drove that sport. Just as, frankly, field hockey and rugby and have really come up because of the people who put their passion into these things. So we are afforded the opportunities for those sports because of the people who put their hearts and souls into it. That's another part of it.
Well, and with football, I think we also saw people going away from tackle football because of head injury concerns. But it is important to mention, we still have flag football, and it's extremely popular. And the people who do it, when there's enough space and when there's enough spots, love it and have a lot of fun.
We fought hard to preserve Crandon. We extended that use for a long time. Ultimately, county politics were not favorable.
One person's view.
It's possible that that's changed now. That's something that I think we might explore now.
I can assure you, these are conversations we're trying to have. And
Todd, I just want to say in conclusion, I have almost unlimited trust and support of what you're doing, and you probably have one of the hardest jobs, save for the police. because you're the one who takes, so I'm not underestimating. But I do know that I always talk about the words do matter. And I was very concerned. I know the mayor said, don't make it them versus us. When the gentleman with soccer unintentionally said about 4 times, taking away. This is not about taking away. It's about sharing fairly, gender-wise and sports-wise, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I understand.
As you move forward, yes. And I appreciate what you go through.
Yeah.
But let's see if we can resolve it. But women need to be more represented, I think, or young adults and girls. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
And what we'll do, Mr. Mayor, at the administration level is Todd and I will get together, look at the numbers, and be prepared to have that conversation with the athletic board.
Great. Thank you.
And you can make it, because we don't have a real meeting until October.
Right.
You, our manager, can make the decision to move forward based on the input you're getting here. We want them to have more time.
That's right. Yeah.
Right, so we don't wait until October.
That's right. No, absolutely.
I think the most important thing, let's get a hold of the numbers first, truly understand what the numbers tell us.
Thank you. All right, let's go back. Next item.
The next item, Mr. Mayor's reports, recommendations, village manager's ongoing project update.
We'll start at A and try and get to you.
You have 3 minutes.
All right, Mr. Mayor, let's see if we can last to you. So it's a large manager's report. I don't need to say that. I think you all can see that.
Oh, we can see it.
Many of the items are that. In fact, they are reports that don't necessarily need to be presented. They've been items that during previous council meetings have been requested for an update. So if you feel that you do not need someone to present it, we can move on. However, my staff or myself is prepared to make any presentations if necessary. So with that, I'd like to bring up Chief Lang to talk about current COVID policy and current COVID numbers.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager. Thank you for having me tonight. Hopefully everybody is safe. Just a short report on the status of COVID specific to Key Biscayne. Positivity rates, probably the best place to start for both the county and on Key Biscayne. We're running about 15% as a 7-day average. We have had a number of successful vaccine drives, and to date, the village has given almost 1,300 vaccines, 1,300 vaccines we've been able to provide here at the community center. It's been assisted very much by the community center staff. Todd, thank you, and your staff. The next vaccine event is scheduled for a very interesting date on September 10th, which also happens to be the height of hurricane season. So a little side note. And our goal is to continue to be able to offer vaccines in the community about once a month. And we're still working on some dates beyond the 10th. As far as what is our vaccine, that's not my computer. So as far as our vaccine rates for 12 to 17 years old, we're running about 68%. And for the 18 plus population, we're running about 83%. So I think we're doing, so for the number of children between 12 and 17 years old that have been vaccinated, and every vaccine drive we've done, we've been able to provide for 12 and above with the Pfizer shots. That's 68%. So we're back to school. We're providing that opportunity. The 18 plus population is 83%. And that's for the most part the status of where we're at, and that's current to date. And I'll wrap up with on August 2nd, the manager updated an administrative policy to mandate masks indoors based on the guidelines from CDC from July 27th. And that's the current status of COVID in the village.
Chief, let me ask you this. The CDC, and I think has just come out and recommended the booster at 8 months. Have we started giving, I know other parts of Florida, people are able to walk in and get boosters now. My aunt who just turned 80, was turning 81. She just got her booster at 6 months out. Are we allowing the boosters? How are we taking care of that? If somebody comes in and says, I want the booster, what is our position on that?
So basically what we've done, similar to testing, we've contracted with vendors that we license to use the community center. And the next event is on the 10th, and we'll be following the state guidelines essentially. So if the state is providing vaccines to our vendors and they are following their rules and they can give the third booster shot, we'll fall in line with that. And just to clarify, I'll communicate with them tonight, and I'll get back to the manager, and we'll follow up with council.
Perfect. I appreciate that. All right. Thank you. Anybody else?
That has not been announced yet. So the question is, when will that happen, assuming it will happen? But the answer is when it happens, they'll have boosters available.
Correct. Correct.
But the mayor's point, we don't want to miss, because I've also been in other parts of the state the last 2 weeks. The people are getting it. Walgreens and in small cities in the middle of the state. So I don't know, when you say if the state gives you, somebody's getting them and they're getting the shots. I seen it with my own eyes.
I understand.
Okay.
So you
need to be proactive, I think.
We're on top. I guarantee you, we're on top of it. And if there's anything different from that, I assure you we'll update it.
Sorry.
No, it's great.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's move on.
Thank you.
Next update is a briefing on Paradise Park.
Oh, look at that. It's the first time anybody's used the term.
I know.
Officially on the record.
We hasn't been formally done already.
Chris,
we did it.
We approved the name.
Consent agenda. No, it was on the consent agenda.
Oh, right.
Oh, damn it. I was supposed to make a motion to go back to sunset.
No.
You guys already passed it.
Yeah, that's funny.
You slip 1 minute and they put it past you.
I like how you changed it to sunset.
That was going to happen.
It was sunrise before.
Yeah.
Good evening. The update that you have is that we finally reached agreement on the bond. Both bonds have been approved by our attorney and their attorney. They're in. The permits are still moving through. I know last time when we discussed, we were talking about 50 cubic yards. Durham now is requesting significantly more, 540 cubic yards to be removed from the site.
I'm sorry, but Durham is they're my favorite.
Yeah. That's about 756 tons.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So we're working with our environmental consultant and our contractor, who will both be providing us bids to do the work. And then I'll meet with the manager, present those to him, and see how best to proceed.
So how are the people to know more or less when it's going to be some physical activity there? Thank you, by the way, manager, and you for putting up that sign. That's great. At least people know that you're working on it.
Well, I'm pretty confident that we have everything wrapped up with the petroleum remediation. There's also a waste remediation that a report we're waiting to get back from Durham. And once I get that report back, then I can provide you a firm timeline. The construction timeline, 6 months. But I really need to find out. We're going to wrap up on the petroleum. I'll have a timeline for that. I think anybody, like the mayor was saying, who's worked with Durham, you're really not sure what they're going to have you do until they tell you what you need to do. But they said late last week or early this week, I'd get that report. So I'll keep on top of Durham. As soon as I do, I'll be able to provide.
Yeah, so if I can help you in communicating, I would tell our citizens, our taxpayers, that we're ready to roll tomorrow. And the reason we're not is because we have all these other jurisdictions, Durham and everything else was holding out the process. But as soon as you get the go ahead, you're ready to shovel in.
That's exactly correct.
Thank you. That people understand that.
Yes, sir.
It's right now the delay is not because of us, it's because of these permitting. And we're ready to roll and make that a beautiful park.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Todd,
you.
question for you.
Yes.
Assuming we get approval from Durham and you decide how much has to be excavated, then you have to take bids. Do you have to come back to us to get a change order, or do you have the authority with the manager to do the change order before coming back to us? And the reason I'm bringing that up, what Luis was saying, is that we want to move forward. And if you get this thing between meetings, why can't we just authorize you today to take 3 bids or whatever you have to do and take the lowest bid and get moving.
Yeah, it depends on the threshold of what it's going to come back at.
Well, let me make a motion then. I'd like to move that basically whatever Durham's directives are to move forward with our park, that they take 3 bids, the lowest bid, acceptable bid is given out. We move forward with the project, not waiting to come back to us again.
Second.
I don't think we can take an action item under the circumstances because it's not been announced for an action item. I've sympathized with the thought, but I don't. Maybe we need to hear from Chad.
I think there is a process in the village code, which we've done before, that authorizes us to do emergency work, come back at the next council meeting with an item addressing what work was done, why it was done.
And you can certainly spend up to the manager's discretionary amount.
Absolutely. But if you recall, there have been in my shop emergency things that needed to get done that it would be a detriment to the village if they weren't done in a timely fashion.
Well, we all agree that this would be an emergency item then. So Todd is put in the right position.
Yes.
Yes. So this is the delegation of authority. I support Ed Slundon's motion.
Yes.
Is there consensus? Because I heard 3.
I agree. I think that.
Okay, so we have 4.
I think environmental remediation is.
But we should know roughly how much it is. I mean, we already have a price on the 50, and now we're going 500, so we just multiply that by 10.
They might change it again though. That's what I'm saying.
It'll change again. Okay.
What I'll do is I'll talk with Todd. We'll get the numbers when they come in and get a good estimate. I'll keep you all informed as what that is. If it's close to 50, I'll take this as emergency order. If it's something of a much higher magnitude, I think we should bring it back. Let's hope it's not anywhere near that amount.
When do you think we'll get it? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I mean, as per our charter, our only power is to set, besides hiring the people that we hire, is to set policy. So let it be clear in the minutes that the policy of this council is to move forward within the constraints of the law as fast as possible. It's a priority for this council to get this going.
Yes, sir.
Next.
Sorry.
So we're now
there's no motion. There's consensus.
All right.
Manager.
The next 2 items, C and D, are Jessica is available for any comments if necessary. But basically, the first one is the gift cards. There were actually 10 people who submitted the name Paradise Park or Island Paradise Park. So we had to share that amongst 10 different people. And then also is section D, just an update on Councilman Kaplan's request last time to ensure we had a photo gallery on the website.
Did you give $10 each?
We did.
I'm telling you, that's embarrassing. Do we need to, I mean.
Would you split the $10 to $1?
I mean.
Well, no, we split the $100 to $10 each.
Oh, geez.
All right. Thank you, Jessica, for taking care of that. Next item. Oh, the update, the web update, photo gallery. People wanted to talk about that?
Asked it. We're
good. Beautiful.
We're good to go on that. So next item is the kite surfing program. And if we would, I'd bring up Roland Samimi for an update.
Good evening, council. You can hear me? Okay.
Yep. Perfect.
We did have a second productive meeting on July 30th with the Key Biscayne Water Sports Association. There were non-kiters in attendance along with kiters. We went over program implementation process, fees, rules, roles, and responsibilities. We did come up with some action items. My particular action item specifically was to deal with FWC in the vessel exclusion zone. I did find a way forward with the FWC. There's an existing permit that was developed for putting the markers out there already that are vessel exclusion markers. We can hybridize that that demarcation for the vessel exclusion area by adding a certain number of regulatory buoys. The FWC is going to require us to deal with the fact that some of those markers may be outside of where the regulatory buoys are and some of the markers may be inside. So that's something that we're trying to work out. We're also working out the verbiage on the regulatory buoys. We're trying to remain consistent with the markers that are out there now, which say vessel exclusion. They're suggesting that we do it vessel exclusion, swim area. The challenge with vessel exclusion is that it excludes all vessels. A paddleboard would be included as a vessel. A kayak would be included as a vessel. So theoretically, those crafts would have to be outside of that 300-foot demarcation line, which might generate some safety concerns there because you might have paddleboarders that don't feel safe being that far away from the beach. So one thing that FWC did indicate was that police does have a certain discretion as to how they choose to enforce vessel exclusion. And I told FWC that might put police in sort of an awkward position of having to enforce for some vessels, but not other vessels. But FWC did come back and say that it is within the police's purview to make that determination. So these are some of the things that we're trying to work out with FWC. I've sent in a permit application for review to modify the permit. And so that process is moving along. Parks and Rec, Todd is budgeting for some beach rangers for FY22. Village of Key Biscayne is going to continue with the registration of kiters. People are registering. And right now we're trying to work out with the Key Biscayne Water Sports Association how to implement and manage the beach ranger program. So that's a work in progress, but we did have a good meeting. It was much better than the first meeting that we had. And that's about where we're at on that. We're making progress.
Dr. Samimi, and maybe this is a question for Chad. You said that the police were able to make discretion from the FWC, but they may feel uncomfortable. Is this something that council can make a policy of how to address that so the police have a clear direction? Or is this something that we cannot?
I think what Roland is saying is that the government has a level of discretion as to how it uses its resources, and the manager, implements the resources in ways that this council has actually directed the manager at times to do that. And you see that with police enforcement in certain areas at times. So, if the council wanted to direct the manager to allocate more resources to the beach, that would be one thing, but or less.
But I think my question is that if, for instance, a paddleboard for me is not a danger in a non-vessel area. I mean, I've paddleboard. I've never been like, oh God, I'm going to get killed by this paddleboarder. Actually, it's probably more dangerous that they're farther out. Is that something that we can set a policy as a council saying we don't want to ticket them?
I think hold on. Yeah, I think that the village, and I'm going to follow up with Roland, but I think the village council already has done that many years ago.
Okay.
And I don't think that Roland, might have not been aware of it. This issue came up many years ago, so I'll follow up with him on that point. I think the village did take a position.
Is there anything that people are propelled by power or wind or something like that? I think
no, it could be.
So we went through this a lot when we did the kiteboarding the first time through. And my recollection is that our ordinance reads that it is a vessel exclusion zone with the exception of the channel that we now have marked. And another exception for paddleboarders that can leave the beach, but they must go perpendicular from the beach out to beyond the vessel exclusion zone. You really are not supposed to be paddling where there are swimmers because things happen. You fall off, the board goes flying, it hits someone in the head. So we already have carved out what can happen with paddle boarders, and it is there. I remember that from the last time.
Yeah, that's correct.
At least when I first met with them, when they approached me, and they were at each other's throat. And thank you all for making it happen. I know it's been difficult because I bring a lot of passion to it. We use the word discretion, but it's really the word I'm going to focus is resources. We have, a lot of other problems that are core problems of our core responsibilities as it relates to policing. This is to accommodate, again, a sport, okay? And therefore, my message to them in this kind of language is, you better step up and police yourself. Because if not, I am going to be leading to say nothing on the beach. And then you don't have a discretion problem. If you're in there, you're guilty. So I hope you stay on message on that.
Mm-hmm.
Because we simply do not have enough money to hire more police to accommodate another sport. And their commitment to me was, we're going to work together to police ourselves. And the rotten apples, which are few, so they said, we want to control it. So make sure that gets across.
I will reiterate that for sure.
Please.
And yeah, absolutely. And in speaking about resources, I mean, it will cost the village to put additional buoys out there, have them installed, maintain them as well. There are 6 markers out there specifically that indicate vessel exclusion. So we're choosing to go above and beyond by putting additional regulatory buoys out there, and that's just something that we need to be okay with.
Well, I don't see that as specific to kiteboarding. I mean,
No,
I've been to the
it's not.
beach, and the beach has clearly changed,
Yes.
and some of those signs are way too close. And it's dangerous when boats are coming in really close to where people are swimming. So for me, I see the buoys as an absolute necessity.
Okay.
Regardless of, and that's just me, but regardless of kiteboarding, just for the safety of swimmers.
Okay, very good.
My mantra is responsibility. Responsibility. Mm-hmm. They have to shoulder the responsibility.
Sure.
No, and Councilman, and I appreciate the Council Member McCormick comment too. That it is all about the safety for the exclusion and the buoys, and about the authority, whether the police are going to be there. That's one of the reasons why we chose the beach rangers, which are part-time trained individuals, but not police officers. So we're going to go at a less. Obviously, they got the ability to reach out to the police if they need to, but that's the direction we're going, and obviously we'll be putting that forward in the budget for next year.
Okay.
Next item is the recommendation for the skate park.
Good evening.
Hey.
As you'll recall, at the last meeting where we discussed this, you told us to go forward and look at Calusa Park and the Village Green North. The report details my conversation with Miami-Dade County Parks and Recreation with regards to the possibility of placing a skate park there. Their opinion was no, we could not. It wouldn't fall within the master plan. So that leaves us at the Village Green North as the one site staff's been directed by the council to look at. I kind of gave you the breakdown of probably the most recent park that was built, North Miami Beach, 4,500 square feet. And that you have an attachment in your agenda, the images of that park that's to be constructed. I think it is under construction now. So that's about, and I actually
I don't remember. Forgive me. I just want to get to questions because I read all of these.
Go for it.
I don't remember. I could be wrong that we left the north. You call it the north location. I call it the gazebo corner as an alternative. I thought we talked about it at length. That aesthetically and otherwise, it does not fit there. That our only thing was Calusa Park. So am I correct? That's, I mean, some of the minutes.
No.
We still were looking at that?
Yeah. I went back and watched just to make
Well,
sure.
I think it's a terrible place for it. It would destroy aesthetically. It does not fit at all. We're having all kinds of problems with other spaces we heard before. This is a sport which I'm very supportive of all kinds of sports. And as I said then, and I really am shocked at the price, it didn't come out, that this village cannot afford $300,000 under the circumstances that we're facing for accommodating this sport. I mean, so I've been clear from the beginning. It was $350, now it's $300. That is an enormous amount of money. And clearly, I think it will destroy the park. I mean, it's to the will of the council, but I'm clear that we tried our best, folks.
Okay.
It's a wonderful sport, but I don't think it's.
Todd, where exactly you're talking about? I know he's saying the gazebo spot. You're saying 4,500 square feet there?
Yeah, I measured it out, you could, and it would kind of fit the same almost shape as the one in the images provided. It would go up against that sidewalk where it bows out by the Fernwood Dog Park entrance, very close to the field. Obviously, we'd have to look back at the safety barriers.
Well, that would be my concern is, you've got a lot of activity there. You've got a lot of people playing on that field, on the north field. I mean, I think we've been talking about this park, skateboard park for how long? Like since you've been here?
Yeah, I mean, we've had one for a while.
Right. Well, we had that thing at Paradise Park.
We had one at Calusa way back when.
Right. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
We had a camp out there and everything.
Right.
But could we do something smaller, just some steps and rails, and that's it?
Well,
why to have all this intricate? I mean, anything would be they would be happy. And if you just had a little pathway with a rail, a couple steps, maybe that's all they need just to start.
And a place where they're allowed to do it.
Yeah.
As opposed to in the shopping centers
or in the office buildings.
I tell you, I ironically, for all of us oldies, one of the few spots remaining that is park, that is green, that is peace, that actually can sit and read is that corner. The two rounded, the other one is near the entrance to the dog park, where you can be far enough from all the activity and have a feeling of a park. If you cement this over there, it's not only aesthetically doesn't fit, it doesn't, sometimes we just have to say no. And I think the best thing is to say no quickly. It's not only the site is wrong, unfortunately for Calusa Park, but $300,000 is not a priority for right now and the needs of this community. We've tried, folks, but we have to say no. It doesn't make sense. Fiscal sense.
And again,
Mayor, I don't know where I'm going to go sit anyway. I mean, or me, I'm saying no.
But we're going to have Paradise Park.
No, but
you and I are going to be able to go out and play checkers.
Paradise. Now they're going to charge me to sit there.
Well, I think we're putting a really nice investment to address the need for people to sit.
I know.
And I agree that I don't like the idea of cementing over that entire corner, but I'm not ready to give up on this yet. I'm sorry. And I like Brett's idea of, is there any way to do something small, a couple of things that give an outlet for people who can't get a ride to the legit skate park off the quay, or somewhere where they can do what they want to do even on a smaller Key Biscayne scale, but where they're not going to be in trouble for it or criminalized.
Right.
Sure. I mean, let us take a look with the new direction provided and see what we could do and where it could be located, and bring it back to council for your review.
Thank you.
You know that every city that I've been involved with or lived in Buenos Aires and all the Latin American cities and in Europe, it hasn't worked because the very nature of them is to do the crazy things that they do. Guardrails, it's sort of
I understand that
there's a rebellion to it.
There's a desire to push the limits, but I think that we'll see a change in that with it being an Olympic sport.
Right.
And I like the idea of giving an opportunity even to younger kids who maybe aren't quite at that level yet where they really want to push it. But if we could just have an idea if there's some way to incorporate it. And I know there was the skate park designer who came here. Maybe if he worked and had some ideas of a way to keep it green, not so cemented, and have a couple of things that people could use, just so we don't completely abandon it. I'd love to see what that would look like.
Okay. Yeah, and one other thing you have to think about, that by putting this in, it takes them away from doing it at the businesses, because now they have a place they can do it. So the businesses aren't calling the police, telling them, hey, these guys are, grinding and doing all this different stuff. So, I'm almost picturing like a 5 foot. I don't want to design it for you or anything like that, but I'm in my head, it's like a 5 foot sidewalk, steps going down, a handrail on the side. And when I went down to the lot in downtown, even though all the stuff they had, the most popular section was the part with the steps, and they just had people lined up and just going down the steps. And it was just like, man, that's all they might need, and they would be happy. It might not be everything, but it's something small, and it's a start.
And also the cost, it's just astronomical.
Yeah.
Okay, let's give Councilmember Kaplan, he's been sitting patiently, chewing on his pen.
I won't take up airtime. I had an insight when I read your text about Calusa, and I'll share it with you offline, and maybe it's helpful, maybe not.
All right. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
You're not going anywhere. You got more stuff to come at us. Yeah. G for green.
Yes. So we were doing.
Mike, before you go forward.
Yeah. Okay.
Are we directing Todd to do anything at this point?
Just to take a look at some smaller designs, see if there's some other ways to sort of get creative and do something smaller that gives kids an outlet.
A smaller means less money. Do we have
yes.
Do we have a consensus at council what budget amount we should let him work with, so he just comes back with something within that budget rather than coming back and we say that's too much?
Well, I don't think it's not so much a budget thing here as it is.
Oh, it is.
It's a size thing. I mean, it's
size and money.
For me, it's a big thing. Budget is a big thing.
Well, then bring it.
$300,000 is astronomical.
Yeah, I know.
They were supposed to go back and look ahead of save, and they came back with $50,000 saving. $300,000. You know how many people?
Okay.
Everybody happy with 150?
No more than 150.
All right, try 150. See what you can do.
Todd, see what you can do for 150.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And make sure they don't need to remove soil.
No derm. We're not
Find out first.
That would help. And no consultant.
Right. Tony Hawk. Anyway, all right. Next one.
Yep. As to Mast Solar, we had two issues that arose on this. We were moving forward with a contractual agreement to complete this work when we were notified by the selected contractor that because of the market situations now, they could no longer honor their original estimate, and that would be now increased by 10,000 and change to 50,000. And because of the volatility, any price they gave us, they could only guarantee for 7 days. And clearly an agreement that's going to have to be approved by this body, then later by the Miami-Dade County School Boards, is going to need a price that can be held up for more than 7 days. That was the first issue. The contractor recommended we wait. He said this market volatility might last between 3 to 6 months, and then he'd be able to give us a sustainable quote. And the other was just the terms of the agreement. I spoke with the manager, kind of gave him the highlights of it, and you guys are being incredibly generous, and they're requiring quite a bit of the village, not just to get it done, but through the life of I mean, my point was when we were getting a field or getting a school, there's a high bar you can hold us to. I think this one's more mutually beneficial, and I think we can reach a more mutually beneficial agreement.
Yeah, I didn't understand. Literally did not understand.
What are you recommending, Todd?
To put all the onus on us if there's anything damaged or needs to be replaced or needs to be maintained. Todd's pushing back, saying, this should be more of a give and take. We're making this. We're making this. What's the word I'm looking for?
Contribution.
It's not a contribution. It's mutually beneficial because it saves us on electrical costs. But we're making this investment.
It's a capital improvement.
Exactly. But it's for all of us. And the school board needs to come back and assist us with this. And that's where we are on this. Is that a fair assessment of where we are?
I think also that this has sort of gone on for so long and it been twisted around now that my impression is the terms that the school board gave, just as much as I support this project, I could not support those terms. Right. But I also think, and I share this with the manager and I'd like to share it with everyone else, I've noticed through the school district a shift in a shift in a desire to be more environmentally friendly and responsible, because I think they've had that desire for some time, but I'm starting to see more action on it. And some of that is a result of things becoming more affordable in different ways or having different money available from other sources. And I almost wonder if it isn't a time to, while trying to negotiate with them, to see if there's an opportunity for this project to be different, not necessarily our investment, but a way that is more responsible and more forward thinking for the school as a whole. One of the vendors that I met with the Green Champions really early on had said, it isn't a good idea to put so many panels here to do the lights on the field and panels over there from another company to heat the pool and panels here, panels there. And really the better way to do it is to have a big plan and to do a school and to solar panel the whole thing in a way that is a sustainable system that you can maintain realistically and continue to use. And maybe I'm being extra hopeful, but it seems like now with the new commitment for the electric buses, which I know the superintendent said wasn't possible only like a couple of years ago, and now that's the way that they're moving to have an entire fleet of electric buses, that maybe the fact that this hasn't happened could turn out to be a good thing, that maybe there could be some movement with the help of the Green Champions and the school district for the school itself to do something bigger. And if we help to contribute for our little piece for our electric bill for the lights, then if there's still an appetite, maybe we do that. But the way that this sits right now, I don't think it's smart and I don't think it's responsible. And I also just don't think it achieves even what the kids wanted when they first brought it to us. So I hope this doesn't die. And I'm happy to help in any way that I can. But I think we have to, as Todd suggested, stick with the school district and see where we can go with it. And at the very least, just get better terms.
That's right.
And keep the kids motivated.
Yeah.
I think the good thing that you can spin is that waiting a little bit, sometimes the solar panels, they keep getting less expensive. So
well,
there could be a good thing out of that.
Yeah, which is your first point. Right. And I personally trying to do a fence project on a property. We are going through the economy on what I consider to be almost criminal gouging. The federal authorities have not really started to get on it. The excuse is supply line and everything else. So I've been told to drop the price of wood. You have no idea what it's been. So you need to table also because of cost. This is either going to stabilize and go back to normal. Right now, it's completely from 40 to 50, and saying maybe more. This is not the time to do it. So
let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on to the next item. Thank you, Todd. Keep at it.
Yep. So we'll take that on and discuss the new terms, or hopefully discuss new terms with the school district.
Mm-hmm.
Right. All right. Next item up is our building recertification program. Mr. Lasco.
Good evening, Council. So here is just a brief update on what's going on with the building recertification program. We continue to work every week with all the management companies to help them achieve compliance. We meet with management every week to update the office and also keep close track and close monitoring of the process. So far, we've been successful in getting reports from engineers stating that the buildings are safe. Some need some repairs and some need some time to finish the process. So that's going well. The second item will be the risk RR2 risk management from FEMA.
Hold on. If there are any questions on the building recertification program?
No.
No,
yeah, thank you for doing it. And I think it's very important. So I'm glad you guys are on top of it.
So were you moving out of H?
Moving on to I.
I just want to give an opportunity if there were any questions on 8.
Yes, I
Over
do.
time.
I wanted, and I mentioned it at the last meeting, Mr. Manager and you outreach person, we have to translate this into plain English and put it more often on our website or whatever. The citizens know that you're working on it.
Mm-hmm.
Right now it's receded because of other crises, but the fear of building certifications. The outreach to the community.
And also, I have received lots of calls from all residents that, and we keep them, make sure we keep
right, but we have a website and all of that. Can we put some more stuff in there?
We can do that. It's a good news story. I mean, the progress
is
fantastic.
That's my whole point.
And we can figure out the right way to present that.
Yeah.
I mean, there still are some things we're working on. But there's been some great progress.
But you're working on it. I mean, that's exactly what council member's point is.
We have this inability to tell people in plain English.
We've got a lot of. Don't forget, we also have
we're doing right.
We have a lot of staff who are working on a lot of different things. So I mean, let's give them.
No, but we have a communications director.
Yeah, she's.
That's all I'm saying. Get out the good news.
I understand. I agree with you. Let's move forward. All right, let's go to the next item.
So the next item is regarding the FEMA, starting October the 1st, new risk management assessment of premiums for flood insurance. Basically, our community belongs to the NFIP, of course, and as part of the NFIP, we also have, we're part of the CRS program, Community Rating System. Basically, it's a system that allows us to gain points for activities that we do beyond what's required by the National Flood Insurance Program and the Florida Building Code, to maintain the village resilient and take measures to protect the citizens and the properties against flood. We are working aggressively right now to improve the rating that we have, because as we improve the rating, it translates to savings on premiums to the community, which is something very important now, especially because in October the 1st, they're going to have the risk RR 2.0 from FEMA, which is going to be a way to assess the premiums, not as before that they did it on large areas based on the base flood elevation and whether or not you were in the safe or the flood hazard area. Right now, they're going to do it individually per area, and it's going to be based on risk, based on frequency of floods, based on proximity to water, based on cost of construction. So he suggested to the community to start talking to their insurance agents about this program. And also, it's important for us to continue to work hard to keep that rating improve the rating, because again, now more than ever, it will mean savings to the community. And that's what we're doing at the moment.
A quick question, and if you don't have the answer now, it's fine. But the zoning that we just passed the first reading in the ordinance, where we're allowing single-family homes to build higher than the BFE if they would like to, will that affect and benefit us in any positive way through the CFR rating?
Not as an option, because it will have to be something that it will be adopted as an ordinance and it be required. So the way that would work is if we require the BFE to be BFE plus 1, 2, 3, then it would mean something. But as an option, it's not. It
doesn't. All right. I meant to say CRS. I think it says something else, but thank you.
Thank you, sir. And the reason why I wanted Renee to present this to us. Sorry. Go ahead.
Renee.
Yes, sir.
The new rating system, they'll take individual homes into consideration. Is that correct?
They'll
take individual homes into consideration and establish your rate rather than community-wide rate. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir. And in some cases, groups of homes in the same area, depending on how that area is affected.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Mr. Mayor, I think the reason why I asked Renee to give that presentation is number one, obviously it's on us to reduce our CRS. We're currently at an 8 and our goal is to get it down to a 6. We'll have to go through a 7, which will give us a 5% discount, and then 5 additional, getting it down to 6. But I think what's important, and I wanted to inform the council as a whole and the public, is that the NFIP is moving to a risk-based insurance, and RR2 is just the start. So I think that's an important thing for us to know.
Absolutely. And
the public to know. Also why it's also important that we begin and continue to address our resilient infrastructure issues.
100%.
This is all part about putting that together.
Michael?
Yes, sir.
Actuarially, they've been trying to do this for some time.
they've done it already, and politically it became impalatable for all the people in Florida. So our senators and the other representatives killed it or postponed it. I don't know how many times. So they're going to keep trying to get it passed, but obviously politically it's a killer for Florida. So politically, Florida will fight this as long as they can. So I don't want anybody, because otherwise your rates could go up 10 times.
Right.
Without a problem. A Immaculate House, 1 foot above the crown of the road, could very well go up 10 times the premium today if they did it actuarially. So I don't think it's going to happen.
Okay. Thank you, Ed.
And there is, it's hard to see, but between page 8 and 9, it does give you the number of houses in Key Biscayne or residents and how much they went up, or in some case, 300 of them are going down.
Good.
As we get to second reading, there are some water retention elements that are made optional and tied to FAR bonuses. It may be worth a second look at making some of those mandatory.
Yeah. All right. That's part of the zoning.
And what we'll do in advance of that, council members, we will check with the CSR rating to make sure that in fact that would give us a positive rating. So we'll check to make sure. I believe it does, but let's confirm that before we go.
All right, next item.
Thank you. Next item is a quick update on Fernwood. I think it says it all you need to know in the document, or if you have any questions for Jake, he's available for comment.
Where are you, Jake? Don't hide. What's the status of the project?
90% complete.
Oh, I thought it was more. What else has to be done exactly? I thought all the striping's done, all the spaces look done, the sidewalk looks done.
Hey, Brad, would you like it the way it's coming out?
Yeah, it looks nice. I had one question.
Well, my question still hasn't
but
been.
I'll let his question answer.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. I appreciate that.
I'll let it.
Mayor, Council, the project is more than 90% complete as of today. I'm just going to mute this computer here. So, okay. This week we've installed curb stops. The only pending item is we are expecting a shipment of 2 electric car chargers. Will be installed next Tuesday, and once that's done, it's 100% complete. So
awesome.
But yeah,
good job.
Thank you. And
next item.
Well, I have my question still.
Oh, you wanted your question?
And I have one.
See how it feels? Now you know.
So the pavers, I think the look of them, I think, are nicer than what we had before. So I'm very happy with that. But the other question I had was, some of the parking slopes away from the street and some of it slopes toward the street. Is there a reason why they did that?
Yes, so the project was completed in 2 phases. So the first one, we did the southern portion. It was sloping away from the roadway, sloping down towards the village green. And on 2 parking spaces towards the end, we experienced some flooding.
Yeah, that's what I saw after it rained.
So basically the water was rushing out and just concentrating in one location. So in order to even it out, for the northern portion, we changed the sloping. So we're going to put some V-poles on the southern parts. We're going to take care of it internally. We're not going to contract the slope fix, but that's the reason that difference is. But the northern portion with the changes we made seems to function a lot better.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. How is it working with the back-end parking and people heading south on Fernwood? Are we hearing complaints? Are people just pulling head in anyway?
Yeah, I've heard mixed things, and I haven't really. I have to talk with the police chief. Just recently, last week, he installed all the signs, and it wouldn't be fair to our residents to kind of enforce it because we didn't have all the signs that say it's a back-in parking only. Now that it's complete, I'm going to meet with police chief and see what we're going to do. We'll probably send out more communications out to make sure everybody understands it, perhaps refresh the video that we've sent out, and possibly start enforcing it. And but I've seen a number of cars actually parked head in versus back in. So it's not 100% there, but I think there's some communication that can be done to achieve the backing.
Okay, and if when you talk to the police chief, if maybe you can see if they're seeing any need for a discussion about turning it
Sure.
into one-way northbound, at how it's working.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll discuss.
All right. Anybody else? All right.
I got 2 more items back to back, so let's go ahead. So next one, Section K, septic to sewer. This month has been slow. We only got 1 house connected, but there's still 21 in process. So I'm expecting next month or month after, we're going to have a whole bunch connect to sewer. So that's a quick update on septic. And one after is Safe Routes Schools project. It basically talked about it during the earlier resolution. Project is substantially complete. Actually, when I wrote this report, we had some signs pending, but it was installed late last week. So the construction itself is 100% complete. We're going to close out process. So there's some documentation we need to do to satisfy the grant requirements. But physical work is done. There's some office work is pending, which is underway. So I'll talk about the table that it's there. Again, there were some, we have some dealings with the Florida Department of Transportation. Initially, this project was contracted at $441,000, and we had about $44,120 for contingencies. And due to, again, the field condition, the design errors, emissions, changes, we had overruns, change orders and overruns in the amount of $128,000. We have put this request to Florida Department of Transportation. The money is there available. It's just a procedural to convince FDOT to participate. Now, there's 2 components. The local project management office agreed and participated in change order in terms of the merit of the change order. Now we're trying to have the grant portion cover those change orders. So we have sent a letter for the grant amount to increase in the neighborhood of $128,000. It's under review. Hopefully we'll find that next couple of weeks.
What do you think the chances are of that getting approved?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's so
50-50.
We are dealing with the lab coordinator right now, and then depends on the answer we have, then we're going to escalate. But it's not end all be all right there. It's once we have an answer, then we'll act accordingly. But we're not giving up yet.
The cost overrun $120,000 on the original budget, or what I'm looking at the graph. It's $120,000 from what was the percentage?
30%.
If it's 485, about 25% roughly.
Wow, that's a lot, though. Okay.
It is high. It is high, and there are 2 things. Number one, the overruns are. I don't have the breakdown here, but yeah, actually I do. $43,000 overruns. Those are simply the miscalculations of the engineer of record on the quantity itself. It was basically the job was constructed with the intent that it had, and the amount of the concrete and the pavers and the grass and whatnot.
That was the contractors miscalculated the cost.
No, not the contractors, the designers. The contractor bid the quantities that we provided. So the overruns are it's 43, and then $85,000 on a change order. Again, this is due to field conditions, and again, design errors, emissions, and the field changes.
Well, it's great that we may have a distant possibility of getting the $120,000. But moving forward, about 25 to 30% cost overrun, but for whatever reason you call it, I'm not an expert. It's not good practice.
It is not, especially for this project. It shouldn't have been that much variance on the contract amount versus the change order. But again, we spent great deal amount of with the CEI and scrutinized construction drawings. We found a lot of errors, and that's something I'm going to speak with the village attorney on, find out what type of remedies we have for the village.
All right. Thank you on that, Jake.
Thank you.
Are you off the hook now? Oh, it's rolling.
So.
And it looks like we've got rolling for the next 5 items. So we'll call this the Dr. Samimi show coming up here.
Round 2. All right. So just a brief update on the beach access points easements. It's still a work in progress. I've been going back and forth with Ed Soto a fair bit on this. He finally has gotten all the information that he needs from the title companies, as well as legal descriptions from the surveyor. Right now, the Sands condominium is in the process of negotiating the language with the attorney. That one seems to be probably the furthest one along. I know that Ed is also having a lot of back and forths with the attorney from Casa del Mar. The Commodore Club South, that's an ongoing process relative to defining the boundaries, making sure that it's consistent with the title research and all that stuff. I think that the Sands is going to go first. We're in the process of putting together a grant to the Coastal Partnership Initiatives Program with the state to see if we get some money to have that beach access path renovated. But we have to be sure to have the actual easement. The deadline is October 15th for that program. And I'm hoping that by then we'll have something inked and we'll be able to go forward with that.
Great.
If there's any questions on
keep at it. I mean, if there's any slowdowns, if there's any, let's keep pushing our attorneys and let's keep pushing their attorneys to make sure they get it done. I mean, these things, it's easy for, somebody's got, I think it's a title issue right now, as I understand it, the title commitment and the what they're trying to sort out, but let's get it done. Let's get these things finalized. We've been waiting. This is 3 years we've been trying to do this, two and a half years. And
since I started, it's literally something that I've been working on.
Let's go, because this is critical to our beach renourishment. Getting into the shoreline protection, we need to have these access points.
Mm-hmm.
Right, thank you.
Agreed. Okay, as far as the freebie program update, that's actually going really well. July, the ridership was up around 7,500 people for the month of July, which is about 1,000 more than July a year ago. Actually July like pre-pandemic. And so those numbers are up to the point that each on-demand vehicle is pretty much doing about 1,880 rides per month. So what we decided to do was shift the one vehicle, our fifth vehicle, which is Circulator, to on-demand because on-demand was so much more. The Circulator was only seeing about 500 people per month, whereas the on-demands were seeing about 1,800 people per month. So we shifted that fifth vehicle to on-demand, and we're hoping that will get our ridership up by another 1,800. So we're looking to see what the numbers are in August, and hopefully they'll be up around 8,000 and change. And I'm also working with the Miami-Dade County and the Transportation Planning Organization. Yeah.
EPO.
To see if we can't get into their smart demonstration program. So I'm working with them so that we'll be able to submit to the state, and then the state will then work with the TPO, hopefully to get us into their smart demonstration program, which we're hoping then will enable us to add a couple additional freebie vehicles, and then potentially even have some sort of like express from Key Biscayne to one of the Metro Rail stations.
Right, Vizcaya or something, right?
Vizcaya or Brickell, or to the Metro Mover or something like that.
That's awesome.
So we're trying to expand that mobility thing. And I think that it's headed in the right direction, and that we'll be able to get some additional vehicles and make maybe freebie the best freebie out there.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. I mean, that really is great numbers when you think about it for July, when, I mean, this town was quiet really, and you had that many people here, 1,800 riders per unit.
Yeah.
That's great. That's
and I periodically speak to people getting off the freebies, and everyone's really happy about it. And I think it's taking
it's
Oh,
taking
no
well.
question. I think my father takes it everywhere. You know, I mean, that's his way around town, and it's great. I mean, it's tremendous.
Yeah.
So.
And the vision to connect with Metro is
absolutely. I think that's great. That's just another, as you say, it's enhancing mobility. It's taking more people off the roads in terms of as drivers. So I think it's great.
Right.
Keep at it.
Okay. The next item that I have is a micro mobility concept. I know that it's in line with what was tried before with the Lime bikes, I believe.
We also called it McCormick bikes.
McCormick. We were approached by a new micro mobility company that is trying to do something in the e-bike and e-scooter domain. We told them very clearly that there was no appetite for e-scooters on this island. Right. We are considering moving forward with trying to develop a pilot with them on the e-bikes.
What would e-bikes be? Would they be electric bikes that people can use like scooters?
They would be electric bikes. Yeah. Where there's some things that are going to have to be worked out, notably number of bikes, the speed and the transiting of the bike considerations, public interest. What the manager and I are working on is trying to do something along the lines of a 60-day community awareness and engagement program to sort of find out what people are thinking, how they're feeling, what they're liking, what they're not liking, as well as then a report back to council summarizing what we've discovered. I've also been speaking with Todd to kind of figure out what the lessons learned were with the Lime bike effort.
The Lime bikes were
they were not electric.
They were not e-bikes,
right.
And I want to. I'm very, very hesitant. I'm very hesitant to have the e-scooters or the e-bikes. I'm very hesitant in those regards, especially.
Yeah,
in this
I shared
community.
that with Roland that when we had the Lime bikes, when Lime bike came out with electric Lime bikes, we were very clear that we didn't want the electric ones here because our experience was that the bikes were being mostly ridden by kids, and it was bad enough that they were jumping on bicycles when they weren't planning on biking, so they didn't have helmets. But we thought that if you added a motorized component, that was just a whole nother level. And they also tend to be big and heavy and seemed sort of dangerous. So I think a couple found their way out here when we had Lime bike, but for the most part, we were just the pedal bikes. So one of the things that I shared with Roland that I would be really interested in is some of the ways that they go about screening out maybe kid uses. I know in some cities with the motorized things, you have to scan your driver's license to get the app. And, things like that would be interesting information for me.
Right.
To need to know before approving the motorized bike.
Sure.
100%.
Sure. And also, apparently, according to the company, the software, it's programmable, so you can basically gauge what speeds these bikes can go, where they can go. It's not an open-ended proposition. So it's a micro mobility thing that we're just trying to explore in the event that we can provide additional modes of transportation beyond the freebie, beyond golf carts. And so we'll see. Yes, sir.
Sometimes we forget, common sense. I'm telling you, from foreign cities or New York City and other cities where this is a mode of transportation, this electric does not work in Key Biscayne. It makes absolutely no sense. I don't need a consultant. The distances are very short. Pedaling it's relatively short compared to these things. Have also an ability for you to lose control. It goes to your weight issue. You lose control and that thing hits something. It's not a regular bike. It's a strong. And I'm already living in fear of particularly crossing Crandon and the kids on those little other things that they run on, that they just look like this can speed. So I don't see an ecological benefit. I don't see aesthetically. I have not seen them at all. That they can be done in a way that the stations are aesthetically pleasing. Not even in Paris. Try as they may, and I just don't know why we're wasting time on this and just give them a hard no. I I mean, it's just I'm trying to limit the amount of time you guys spend on things that are pie in the sky. It doesn't, we're a little island. If people are not going to take them to Brickell, plus we wouldn't want to get into that. And I just don't see any.
I think.
I mean, look, if it's the will of council, I mean,
look, I don't. Again, you guys, you come with ideas, and I appreciate you looking. I mean, there's been some big successes, so I don't want to I'm just giving my opinion, and I'd like to see what comes forward before us. I tend to agree with Councilmember Laredo that I don't think it's something, but if you think there's a way forward and you think it's worth exploring, explore it. I mean, you guys are the experts. You'll come to us, and at the end, we'll decide on policy. I am very hesitant about electrically powered vehicles in the hands of kids. And I don't know how successful it would be in this community, but I'm always willing to listen and learn.
I'm in the same boat too. I'm not really a big fan of the electric scooters. I see them in Brickell all the time. I've watched people wipe out and get pretty hurt on them, pretty bad. I've heard stories of people drinking and think it's fun, and they put like 3 people on them and start driving these things around. And it's a big accident waiting for like a stroller with a child in it, just getting slammed by one of these. So I have not been a big fan of them either.
Right. Why don't we just tell them not to look anymore?
Well, because I don't want to,
but I don't see what would change that.
I'm inclined to say I love the idea of trying to bring something back. I happen to have liked the Lime Bike, and I love that we were like on the forefront of that.
Right.
We were the first municipality to get it. They named their conference room the Key Biscayne Conference Room. Like it's great, but I know that I don't think my opinion is going to change with motorized. If you find a vendor who can entertain just the pedal, that is something that I could really look at and understand. But I know I'm not going to change. I think that it's just too much power, too much speed on our congested sidewalks, and the kid element for me is really scary.
Sure.
So I applaud the effort, but I am with Councilmember Laredo that if it is all they offer, I don't necessarily need to hear them.
Sure. Okay. Well, I have plenty to do, so I'm happy to take your direction.
I don't know if everyone. I mean,
I agree with you.
Are there 4 of us who feel that way?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. It's
important.
Which direction?
Do they have a non-electric?
Ed? Is Ed yelling?
Do they have
I'm yelling. Listening. Excuse me. Terrell, you mentioned something. You talked about speed, and he told you that the bikes now have the ability to program the speed. And normally class 1 motorbike, electric bike, that can't be exceeded 20 miles an hour with electric. But he now says you can program it. Suppose they came back and said, we can program these bikes with electric to exceed 10 miles an hour. Would you feel the same way?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't know how
I would.
Ed, I think that's a good point for me. If it were slow enough, if it were the same max speed as a regular pedal bike, but just pedal assist, not like truly electric bike, then so I suppose that is a question worth asking the vendor then.
I'm happy to ask and look a little bit further into it with the understanding of how you feel generally
about it. Right, I think
about it.
the sense that there's not a lot of support for generally electric bikes.
I mean, I'm not looking to pump a dry hole. I got tons of stuff to do.
Exactly, and that's why I'm trying to struggle that we get back to our big agendas. We got big things up, in your portfolio, the manager moving on the bonds to do the infrastructure. It doesn't work. There are probably per capita more bicycles here. I mean, regular bicycles than anywhere I lived in. And it's not an alternative transportation. It isn't.
Right.
The one that is the one that Segurola is going to talk about later, which is the golf carts. But this is I'm telling you, I've seen crashes. They are heavy, even if it's half the speed. It doesn't make sense in Key Biscayne. Really, I'm just trying to take the load off because that's 2, 3, 4 more meetings for you.
Amen.
And
Okay.
Well, I think just one more quick thing, just to keep in mind that we did pass a resolution, I think in 2017, maybe 2016, which was the Active Design Miami, that we were going to bring that in, which focuses on finding healthy ways of transportation and other areas as well. And that's one thing that the electric scooters don't do for me. It's not a healthy thing either. I mean, you're taking away the exercise. So I think it's actually better to be pushing more for bikes and actually allowing people to get out and become more healthy instead of riding
Also,
around.
there's three of us. If there's a fourth, we got to make it a policy so he doesn't waste any time.
Well, just come,
I think he's got his.
I'm flexible. I mean, come back with something, and if you think there's something worth talking to us,
I'll put a little bit more time into it.
And just be finite, you know.
Yeah.
Feel comfortable that our policy is we don't want you to waste more time.
Well,
when you reach a conclusion that it's not more or less.
If it's not viable, it's not viable. But if you think there's somewhere to look at
right.
it. Look at it.
I know that transportation is a big issue
Correct.
on Key Biscayne,
That's
so we're
right.
always trying to keep an open mind to possibilities. But again, I'm happy to take the direction and not waste any time.
If I could jump in here, Mayor. So if you follow what we're recommending or suggesting is we're not going to spend the next 2 months checking with the public or coming up with a plan. We're going to ask the consultant to do that.
Great. That's fine.
So they can come back and present to us. So that was what we told them. We would go to the council and see if this is in the realm of possibility. Then they would do the work.
But we're not paying them, are we? Or?
No, we're not paying them.
No.
And then they would come back. Then they would come back to the council and say, "This is our plan." You can say no, or we can say yes, and then put them under a 6-month pilot where we can do some sort of criteria,
fine,
and then assess it further. So this is really not Rowan doing work. This is we would turn this over to them to come back to us in 2 months.
Great. All right, let's do that.
But what I do hear, though, I think there might be an appetite for pedal bikes.
Oh, sure, absolutely, 100%.
So if we want to move maybe in that direction versus the motorized, we might want to shift course.
I don't think, I'm sorry I'm being so blunt. I don't think there's a support here for motorbikes. And that's why I'm saying kill it. But if you want to continue on investigating and having this, fine. I mean, there is support for some form of pedaling bike.
There's as Ed said, if they're willing, if they're able to take down the speed, let's not rule anything out in this community.
I would imagine they're watching this meeting or will watch it. They clearly know what we're looking for and not looking for at this point. And if it's them doing the work and giving it to Roland, he can decide whether or not it's worth telling us about.
I won't even have Roland present it. I'll have them present it to the council.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, manager.
Next up.
Okay, next up is my never-ending cross to bear, sargassum. And so August was kind to us, and we did 30 trucks in August, which is great because I was projecting a lot more, and then based on August, September will hopefully be lower than the projection that I had, which was much higher. Where we're at now is we've got basically, we're over what was originally budgeted for the year, mainly because 21
was a huge year.
Seaweed season was substantially higher than 20. In fiscal year 20, we ultimately did about 3,500 cubic yards of hauling. And in this year so far, we've done about 5,100 cubic yards. So there was a lot more seaweed coming up on the beach. Right now, where we're at is we've got 3 different options. We basically got a do nothing option, which is no more hauling, period, the end, because we've just gotten too far down the hole, and we don't want to go any further down that hole. I don't think people will be particularly happy with that solution. The other alternative is to do something, which is a mix of, we haul some and we leave some. Basically, that saves us some money on hauling, but then at the end of the day, we don't necessarily get very much satisfaction from the folks who are using the beach, and so we're spending money additional monies, but we're not getting any joy from the people who are using the beach because we're leaving a bunch of seaweed on the beach. And then ultimately, option 3 is just continue hauling at the level that keeps the beach where people like it to be, usable, non-smelly, without large quantities that have to be hopped over and fought with. And that just gets us deeper into our budget hole for hauling this year. Ultimately, a choice has to be made whether we continue doing what we're doing or whether we stop completely or we stop partially. If we do continue what we're doing, there are additional funds that are going to be required, which according to Benjamin would have to come from reserves. And that's essentially sort of where we're at.
Okay, so the bottom line is, because we all read this, is $325,000. Is that
based on the projections for August that were much higher, in September, which were much higher. So it might not actually be 325. It might be. It's likely to be lower than that because I already know.
All right, but that's okay. Here's where you start connecting the dots. We have a discussion earlier about spending $300,000 for a skate thing. And I said then, we got other pressures. The beach is as fundamental to this community as anything, including the green areas. I would say more. People move here to be a lot on the beach, both those who live on the beach and those who drive over to the beach. So the idea that limited resources, we got to put our priorities, that we just don't do nothing is not acceptable. We would all be hanged. We would all be hanged. And so this is where you need to really do the fine print and see, this is a risk. I rather spend those $300,000. We brought it down to $150,000. But this is, I don't see any alternative. If you're controlling the real cost and we're not being gouged, or all these change orders that I hear almost 30% before, because that's not good fiscal or management skills. You know what I mean? It's because if not, the word was before that Key Biscayne was an easy picking. We're changing that around. So I don't see we have an option, Mayor. We have to bite the bullet.
Hold on. Everybody hold on. We do. Councilmember Segurola and then Councilmember Moss and then myself.
The last time that we discussed this at a meeting, if I recall correctly, and I believe you and I had spoke about it on the phone as an option, that's not one of the three, that we do everything during the summer months when the water is warm, and then in the winter months when it gets colder, we do nothing.
Correct, yeah.
That would still be, let it be natural. So
yes.
If we pick a date, October, whenever, December, and we stop picking up on that date and we save money up through when it warms up again.
Yes, we did absolutely discuss that. And that is an option that is in the RFP that's being reviewed right now by the manager and Natalie in procurement. We're going to let that RFP out on the street probably September, this coming month. And that's one of the options that we're going to have people budget.
But that's not one of the things that's here in this report.
Well, that's correct. Moving forward, when we go into a new contract, we are going to have to make a choice as to which scenario we want to take. And that's one of the scenarios that we're asking the bidders to budget.
But how would those...
Hold on. This is just to get us through this fiscal year. So this is the option. Yes.
The fiscal year ends in a month.
Yes,
correct.
Right. And right around that time is when we would stop picking up sargassum on the beach.
Correct.
So my question, I guess, how would these numbers change if we take that scenario into account, where we continue doing everything through, just for argument's sake, October 1st, where the fiscal year begins, and then we stop between October and March or April. That's 6-7 months where we do no pickup, and then we pick up again. How would that affect those numbers?
It wouldn't, because it's only this month, right?
Well,
yeah,
if you're projecting, is this month going to cost $325,000 for 1 month?
No.
How much would it cost?
So
let Councilmember Segurola speak to Roland, and then we can all chime in later.
So what would 1 month of doing everything cost between now and October 1st? And then when we get the new contract with the new proposals, the new scenarios, we do nothing for, let's say, 6 months. And then we pick up again next summer or next spring.
So it's running $1,710 per truck. So in August we did 30 trucks so far.
$1,700.
That's $51,000
a month
for that month.
For that month.
Okay.
Now, and so then in August we have to. In September we have to project.
Probably the same.
Say the same.
The 325,000 is based on a projection of 100 trucks in the month, and that was based in because July we did about 110 trucks. So when we were writing this, we were like, okay, so what are we going to see in August and September? Well, we think that we might see. Well, we saw 110 in July, so we thought worst case scenario we might see 100 trucks in August and 100 trucks in September.
So that's why that made it.
And that's why
325.
Right. That's why it's so high. Okay. So now what we're seeing is that we're at the end of August and we're at 30 trucks. So we're like, oh, praise the Lord. That's 70 trucks less than what we'd anticipated. And so then in talking to the beach contractor, we're like, okay, well, so what might we see in September? Do we think we're going to see 100 trucks? And they were like, well, don't know, not for sure. Maybe you should project 50 trucks. So right now, this is the absolute worst case scenario based on a projection of about 100 trucks in August and 100 trucks in September.
That's about 170,000 per month.
Yeah. So it's better than worse.
So this is worst case scenario is what they're
now. If come October we decide, okay, we're not hauling any more seaweed, then the costs for hauling would drop to essentially zero. And you're exactly right. And we did discuss the possibilities of, say, not doing anything for a period of, say, 7 months of the year, and then focusing all of our resources on the intense months where we have to haul. And that's one of the options in the RFP.
Okay. So we'll know those numbers in September-ish, or when's the RFP going out again? I'm sorry.
We're looking to get the RFP out in September.
Oh, and how long will it take to start getting bids? What's the period?
I'm guessing you probably have to advertise it for 2 weeks officially, and then we'll probably give ourselves 2 weeks to go through all the different respondents, and then we'll have to make some sort of recommendation.
And that will be in the new budget.
Yes.
I'll be in the new budget. Correct.
Yeah. So the new budget, quite frankly, the new budget for FY22 is I put it in as higher than what we budgeted for this FY21, because clearly we were off. And my concern is that we under budget ourselves again in FY22, and that we have this problem again. And again, we are structuring the RFP with a variety of different scenarios that each contractor will have to develop budgets for. And then we'll have to make a determination as to which way we want to go. I have established an FY22 budget in my mind based on conversations that I've had and about various scenarios and which ways you can go. And so that's where kind of we're at right now.
Councilmember Moss?
I mean, I think most of it's been answered in the last session, but just to be clear, the 325 was for the month of August and September based on what happened in July. And you're saying that we already are through August at a much better rate. So it's very likely we're going to be below the 325 unless we had some crazy thing happen in September. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
I just wanted to be clear. All right.
Yeah. But 325 also covers July, August, September. It's like a cumulative thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, we were already starting to go over budget before August and September.
So you're going to have to use some of this already for that July that happened? And,
yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Councilmember McCormick?
I had a question about Councilmember Segarola's idea of not hauling when we're not dealing with sargassum, when we're back to regular seaweed and hopefully lower quantities and less people on the beach. We don't have to wait for a new RFP and new bids to make
Correct.
a decision like that. We could tell Beach Raker, no more hauling, just
Correct.
bury what you can and leave the rest.
And that's what they do. Okay. Part of what we're thinking here relative to the hauling issue is that if you sort of program X number of trucks per day for the entire year, you can get a much better negotiated rate on each individual truck as opposed to securing trucks on an as needed basis. So sort of part of the thinking is, okay, we say, you know what, on average, let's say we're going to do 2 trucks a day year round, but we're not going to use trucks in certain months of the year because we've chosen not to haul and we're going to deep bury. You're then banking those trucks for when you really need them. But in the meanwhile, because you're sort of looking at X number of trucks over the entire year, you can get a better rate from the trucking company, even though you're not using them in, October, November, December, January, February. So that's those are sort of the games that you can play to try and get the costs down and get a better rate on individual truckloads.
And I guess the follow up on that would be, as we've been trying to explore different ways of dealing with the sargassum. I know you're working on it. I know that when Commissioner Regalado was out here, she was talking about worms. I mean, there's been a lot of thought put into how can we handle this better? And I'm assuming, but I don't want to assume, I'm going to ask the question, that we're going to build into the RFP that we may decide to change from hauling to the dump to some other method that will allow us to, to more cheaply deal with this problem and figure out a way to really.
That's correct. Okay. That's built into the RFP.
Just want to make sure.
And I haven't stopped trying to push forward with the Virginia.
I know you've been working hard on it. It all ties in, parks and fields and everything else. It's all, it's just a matter of trying to get the monolith over there on the other side of the bridge to move. So
and sometimes it's not the brightest that wins; it's the most persistent that wins.
That's right.
I'm still hanging in there.
That's how
just a hint. It's not the time to predict tonight. I'd be really dubious about the prospect of our making a decision to do absolutely nothing on our beach amenity for
I don't think there's any appetite for doing that. I think we're all in favor.
But actually, the recommendation says for us to approve number 3, which is do everything. But do you need a vote from us or just consensus? It's not an action item. You just need you're fine.
No, it's more. I think we have to recognize that this is a costly endeavor. We also have to recognize that maybe we didn't properly budget in 2021. And then we are going to properly budget in 2022 based on the assumptions we have now, but also understanding that an RFP is going out, so it could change those. We won't be able to make that decision until post-budget because that won't come.
But this number 325, he said earlier, was based on July numbers, which are now 70% wiped out. So this is not a real number. I know, but this is a significant
perhaps
money.
It could get worse in September. So yes, I mean, this is
okay, but the probabilities are not. But what you cannot do is do nothing.
Right.
Because it's not only the residents that will hang us, but we have, I believe it's our largest taxpayer is the hotel.
100%.
And people come here for the beach, and the multiplying effect of helps real estate market and everything else. So this is a real.
We have consensus to move with item 3. Okay. I think
I
that's
just
right.
wanted to, Frank, when you said that there's no appetite to do absolutely nothing, I think that, and I don't know where Ignacio is coming from, but for me, having conversations about what it looks like to not haul for certain months or to haul less is more about getting people comfortable with some level of seaweed on the beach sometimes. That we just don't have that kind of beach, and we can't financially sustain a white, pristine beach all day, every single day.
I appreciate
and I think we need to have those conversations a little bit more.
I appreciate that. What's happened, as you will remember, we all remember, it just really piled up.
It got horrible.
Inordinately. And so there's overreactions perhaps to passivity. But I get it.
So, all right. Thank you on that one. And your last one?
The last one is, excuse me, it's an update on the Army Corps of Engineers efforts. And this is a wild ride. I'm just going to say the last, I'd say, 2 weeks have been incredibly intense in terms of all the back and forth that the manager has been having, that you, Mr. Mayor, have been having in order to make sure that this train doesn't get derailed. And it was going sideways there for a little while, but I think that we've kind of gotten it back on the tracks. Thankfully, because of the support of the county, Lee Hefty at Durham has been very helpful. Mayor Daniela Levine Cava has been very helpful. Commissioner Regalado has been very helpful, all basically to make sure that the Army Corps does not essentially drop the Key Biscayne Reach from their long-term program. So just because we were in the feasibility study didn't absolutely guarantee that we were going to make it into the 50-year federal beach protection program. And so we're at this juncture now where it seemed like, based on some miscommunications between folks at Durham and the Corps, that there might have been some indication to the Corps that the county, as our local project sponsor, was not really interested in us being part of it. And that miscommunication has been clarified and cleared up through letter from the mayor to the Corps. And so we managed to get past that hurdle. Then we started getting into some discussions relative to the tentatively selected project that was being proposed by the Corps. And so there have been a lot of back and forth between the Corps and us trying to kind of get to some sort of consensus on how to proceed with this tentatively selected project. So then that's been a challenge in and of itself. And then most recently, there was an issue that came up, which was that the Corps in their decision-making process now was questioning whether it was even worth including Key Biscayne and the federal investment in shoreline protection Oceanside because of what may be an offsetting factor from inundation from the bay side. And so at this point, where we're at right now is that we are now making our case to the vertical team at the Corps that has to make some decisions as to how they proceed with us in the program. And that's an ongoing issue that we're dealing with right now. And quite frankly, it's a critical issue. We're not home free by any stretch of the imagination, but the manager and I are working it very aggressively with Spencer Crowley from Ackerman and Jim Davenport from Thorn Run and Tim Blankenship from Moffett Nickel. And we're pretty much bringing all our abilities and expertise to bear on making the case to the Corps that they absolutely cannot drop us from moving forward and entering into this. All
right, Doctor, let me interrupt you.
Sure.
This island is divided into 3 jurisdictions. You have talked about 2 of them that we seem to be synchronized because we have Crandon, Miami-Dade, our council and the mayor, ourselves. And how about the state of Florida?
Well, I believe that Salazar has been getting pulled into this exercise as well. And I know that when Mayor...
the state of Florida and Governor DeSantis in Tallahassee, the Cape Florida. Huh?
Yeah, they are involved. In fact, they're the ones that in conjunction with Mayor Daniela Levine Cava, reached out directly to the Army Corps of Engineers saying, look, don't be misunderstanding the situation. The county absolutely very much wants, as the local project sponsor, the county very much wants Key Biscayne to be included in moving forward.
Right. And has the state said the same thing?
Yeah, I believe that Salazar did.
That's all I want to know.
Yeah.
It's just that you talked about 2.
No. Sure.
Yeah, we also have a Salazar who was in the U.S. Congress.
That's Salazar's in Congress. Yeah. Duran is our state rep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Salazar is in Washington. This is Tallahassee.
That's right.
Right. Okay.
Sometimes your solution is right in front of you. You don't see it. Our Steve Williamson, we need to get him the military uniform that he used to have and dress him up. And that's how he should go to all these meetings. with the Corps of Engineers?
I love.
I think so. I'll make that into a motion.
I love,
and we can even give him. We can even give him a rank.
I love men and women in uniform. I mean, it's really cool, and it carries it makes a big impression. But to Steve's credit, he has been reaching out to every single point of contact.
Use the uniform when they walk into the room.
The manager has been very diligent in his.
Yeah, I mean, I'm impressed with the number of people that he can ping within the military hierarchy, and that's actually been saving our bacon. You know, so my point in this update is that, you know, it's been very tricky the last couple of weeks, but
yeah, great.
The ship is still afloat, and we're still very aggressively on top of this, and we're gonna keep pushing as hard as we can.
Okay, appreciate it.
And I'd like to add, Mayor, and thank you for bringing me back to the Army, but I think I'm done there, Councilmember. I'm perfectly fine being the village manager of Key Biscayne. But look, I really want to say a couple things. Number one, I think all the work that Jake and Rowan have been doing over the last couple of years and setting the conditions to where we want to go made a very strong argument to the Corps that we were in this for the long haul. And I also want to make the statement, when we brought up the fact that we passed the bond last November, that the citizens were materially invested in this as well, that also pushed it into a much positive direction, because they were just about last Thursday.
Yeah,
last Thursday we're just about to walk away.
Actually, Friday.
It was Friday. Yeah, it was Friday.
Yeah.
So I think the fact that the fantastic work that we've been doing to position ourselves, as well as the material commitment from the community, really pushed this in the direction we're going.
Right. Team effort.
Takes a village.
That's beautiful. You should trademark, copyright that.
Right.
All right. Next item. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Council.
So, Roland, I'd ask you to stay up and talk about this one, but I think you can sit down this time. So, when you guys hired me, I didn't expect to have two of the biggest existential issues come up within the first 3 months, but we have our waterfront, which is the Corps of Engineers, and then also our front driveway, Rickenbacker Causeway. I think you've seen a number of updates I provided you, and hopefully you've read through what you see here. A lot's been going on. A lot of things are moving, but I think the best thing that I can say at this point is that the 3 days before the RFP went out, you know, the mayor and I talked through county parks, through Jimmy Morales, as well as some members of the mayor's office, and ensured as much as we could. We didn't get everything into the RFP, but we got most of our interests into the RFP. I was pretty happy that Sunday night until the next day, Monday, when the RFP went out. And I think what surprised us was the good news was that we were considered a stakeholder. The bad news that when you're a stakeholder, that you could not be talked to by any of the proposers. So that put us in a real difficult situation. I asked that we all step back and really look at what we do have, and I think we've gotten quite a bit. There are some things perhaps we don't want, but I think we had to ask the question, you know, if there is an interpretive center, if there is a lookout or an observation tower, do we really care as long as Key Biscayne gets what it needs? And part of that is the financials. You know, are the tolls correct? Do the budget and the plans that the contractor comes in or the concessionaire comes in, do they work? So I think the only way that we can determine that is to ensure that we are on the selection committee. And so we are in the process of asking that question. I have a phone call with Jimmy Morales this week, and then we'll follow up again next week, hopefully with the mayor's office, to see if Key Biscayne gets that position. So I don't want to say it is definite. I don't even want to say, I'll say it's 50-50. When I say 50-50, it's either yes or no. So that's where I stand. Obviously, this is a big deal for the community, and I think it's a big deal when it comes to the council. So I just wanted to set the stage for what I think is a very important conversation, and just let's go from there.
It's the biggest deal. I mean, it's the biggest thing, and you know, we've been waiting for this for years, and you know, it flows out of 2012. But even before then, we were talking about this. This is the biggest issue facing this island. You know, Councilmember Kaplan, you raised your hand, so I'll let you go.
I suppose after I express thanks for all the effort and not just effort, but thoughtful work. I guess two thoughts. One, the maybe rhetorical question that you asked about, do we really care? Depending on design, the actual road for traffic, easy flow, we care because uses that draw additional traffic are deteriorative of our already deteriorated condition. So we care. Road design alternatives help with those concerns, but that's all kind of iterative. So I think along the way, we do care. The other observation that I think I shared with you the other day is vocabulary about tolls remaining reasonable is a bit too imprecise. It's not just reasonable by comparison to tolls in Florida. Yeah. We are subsidized in our tolls, and we want that to continue. We want reasonable is not quite as adequate word considering what our stake is in the economics.
Mike?
Yeah, Ed, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. I think that Steve, you, and the other people have really done a great job. I mean, you've done what you can. You've talked to whoever you could. You had a lot of meetings. They've had meetings here. They've listened to us. We talk about having a seat at the table. I think you should realize at this point in time, we're not going to get a seat at the table. We're getting a lot of wind addressing. We're saying, yes, we'll do this, we'll do that. Steve, you said we want to be on a selection committee, or Mike, and that's all terrific. We all agree that this is the most important thing. It's our front door. It's the road to our community. It's our destiny. Fausto Gomez came up with the idea that maybe we should go together with one of the other submitters of a plan, and that way pressure them to get something that we want rather than the Plan Z, if we don't like the Plan Z. Anyway, so that was one of the ideas that was passed. We have to realize that basically we're about 0.5% of the votes in Dade County as registered voters, about 1.5 million votes. We're about 7,000 votes. We talk about how much money we contribute, but again, we're about 0.5% of the budget of Dade County. So the only pressure we really have, the only influence we really have is in our representative, Ms. Regalado, and she's only one of all the commissioners. And whether she's for it or against it, you hear the stories that she really likes Plan Z. Maybe she does, maybe she doesn't. But the problem is that no matter what we do, no matter what we say, if this plan goes on forward for the next 80 years or whatever it is, we will be in the hands of some outside entity who basically will have between little and no influence on the rates, on the maintenance, on anything else to do with it. So what can we do? And what I suggest, and of course you probably say I'm crazy, is that we submit a plan. Why shouldn't the Village of Key Biscayne submit a plan to take over the causeway? You've talked for years, we're gonna have a causeway authority, we're gonna get the city of Miami, the county, the state, and we're all gonna put this all together. That's gonna go nowhere, and I think you should realize it. Now you're sure it's not gonna go anywhere. So what I think is that we should submit a plan to take over the causeway. Now, the stakeholders, we have more stakeholders that live here. I mean, sure, the park has stakeholders that come and go. The aquarium will come and go, all these other places. But we have 15,000 stakeholders that live here. We have the biggest stake in this thing, more than anybody else. And again, we're talking about, that's going to be like $400 million, assuming we did a good deal, rather than there's 600 or 500. That's about 5% of our ratables. So we're talking about 5% to ensure $8 billion worth of value. And basically, the reason people are putting this deal together, whether it be the Z plan or everybody else, because it's going to be profitable for them. We're a nonprofit. We're a nonprofit, which gives us the ability to issue revenue bonds that will be tax exempt. They have to issue taxable bonds. So our cost is going to be less. We might not want to put all the things that they want to put into to raise revenue, like these things you mentioned, that really don't affect us. So I think we could put a viable plan together, and we should have really an advantage because we are the major stakeholders in this. We're the people that this should work. What will that do for us? You talk about what's a reasonable toll. I've been told that the last proposer, I guess Tim Hennes, when he was thinking about it, was MCM, and they were going to charge a $5 toll, which come out to $1,300 a year. Assuming they charge one way, $2,600 a year, two ways. I'm sure they give the Key Biscayne a discount. The question is, if we ran the thing, we would determine what we were going to charge. We would make sure the maintenance was done because it's in our best interest to get it done. So what I'd like to do is, any interest, is any appetite for this, that we should consider putting together our own plan to take over the causeway and own the causeway for the next 80 years.
May I respond?
Hold on. Councilmember Segarella, go ahead.
Ed, that's exactly what I said a month ago, and nothing's been done.
That's good.
All I got in return for saying those same words and more were just blank stares. I still think that the seat at the table being one of the votes, blah, 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 that's worthless. We need to be the table. And unless we're willing to actually show some, it's incredible to me that at the last meeting, we spent an hour debating the name of a park. And yet we have not taken any initiative or any leadership. We have no vision on this council with regard to the most important thing that's ever happened to Key Biscayne. There is no saying what's going to happen to the 13,000 people that live on this island and how much they're going to have to pay on a daily basis to come in and out of here. We're going to have no control. And I'll steal Fausto's words. We are the only homeowner that does not control our driveway. He has said that many times, and he's right. We are doing nothing. We are accepting what's being handed to us, and we are not showing any leadership or vision. And that's really sad. So unless we talk about coming up with our own proposal, everything we're saying, that's just words in the wind. And the only feeling I have right now is disappointment because this is going nowhere. That's it.
May I?
Go right ahead.
Well, I'm just trying to quietly get on this learning curve because I know enough lifetime of involvement in the county, how things move, and all of a sudden things are in a rush, and before you blink and you're gone. If you measure just by the number of lobbyists involved in this thing, you know that this is very, very difficult. I don't know what the next step would be, but I am very much in line with Ed and Segurola's general outline. I would only correct Ed on two facts. One is Key Biscayne's population has disproportional political power, not only because of contributions to political campaigns, but also because some of our residents are shakers and movers in the mainland, be they lawyers, be they bankers, etc. I've been saying that for a long time, that we don't need any lobbyists, that we have the biggest lobby for free in all of Dade County. Number two, we also can bring in as allies the regular middle class and lower middle class people who use both Crandon Park and the state park, also who are high-end voters. So it's just politically, we underestimate our weight. We do have to figure out a way to be proactive. We are, again, reacting. And the next step, I don't know, because all this sunshine law and all this other stuff, and it's ridiculous what happened or they did to us, which now we have a cone of silence. We can't even communicate. Should we call a special meeting of this council where we can kick out some ideas and hear from citizens? And a lot of people out there have ideas. But I think we need to move forward, Mayor, in terms of being proactive. Ronald Reagan's phrase has always ruled me: trust but verify. Trust but verify. They keep telling you X, and all of a sudden you didn't check it out, and it turns out to be Y. And there are some very wise people who make a lot of money on that side. And the issue, having lived in other places again where privatization has not worked, we're talking about privatizing. what is it? Public transportation for us is our lifeline. It's not a convenience. It's a lifeline. It's a dangerous proposition. I'm a super capitalist, but boy, I don't feel at all comfortable with the idea of somebody with a profit motive running, basically having the only key to my house and to my road to the hospital if I have an emergency. So I would propose, I don't know, maybe you help me, you've been very involved. Should we call for a special meeting to kick these ideas around when they're a little bit more relaxed?
Well, I think
because now you've sort of got you yourself and the manager got a little bit of a sense of the dynamics.
Well,
would that help, you think?
Well, I think what I'm hearing from this council is, I'd like to hear from the rest of the council members. My idea was to hear what we heard from the county before we called a special meeting, but let's call one for the 31st, because by that point we'll have had that conversation with the county and we'll know what they're offering at the end of the day. And I think at that point, we have been trying to work with the county because frankly, it hasn't worked for us over the years trying to fight everything that comes at us. And it's better to try and work together as partners on something than to try and push against something that, as to Ed's point, they're just going to steamroll us on. So let's see where we are. I'll have if everybody's available, we can have a meeting on the 31st
of August. What's everybody else think?
I'm not available on the 31st. I can tell you that.
What's that?
I'm not available on the 31st. My wife's birthday, so that's not happening. You can do the next day if you want.
Wife's birthday is more important than your council?
And she's turning 21, so
yeah, exactly.
She's a voter.
September 1st. I'm available September 1st.
I could do September 1st.
I am as well.
Mike,
so am I.
Yes.
Ask what the rest of the council think of the idea.
Hold on. Oh, no, Ed, hold on. What?
Who?
What studio? Why? What are you talking about? This room?
What?
This room?
No, what's the studio? That room back there?
Well, we'll have to get somebody to come in and take care of that. Yeah, I mean,
the room or the people?
The people.
Okay.
We'll find people to work. That's fine.
We'll make it. We'll make it available.
Yeah. Okay. So September 1st, I'm calling a special meeting at 6:00.
Hold on a second.
To discuss the Rickenbacker.
Good.
I'll be late, but I can be here.
Mr. Mayor, one thing I do want to make clear though, is if we are considering as a council,
we're not considering anything right now. We're just having a meeting on the 1st. I don't want
but I do want to make it one particular date. November 4th is the due date for the proposal.
I understand that. No, that's absolutely right. I mean,
public opinion is way ahead of us as the council.
Yeah.
So we need to show up, like he said, vision and leadership, and face the public and face the facts. And you guys have been doing a great job keeping, now it's time, the buck stops here. And as to Ed's London's thing, I like to look at the, I'm not committing to that specific proposal, exactly. but just being around and hanging around, doing nothing. Oh, the mayor's meeting and your mayor, and they promised, it ain't working anymore. So September 1st is a great idea. And then I prefer the 31st because you could probably, you know what I mean? First you beat me on the damn park. Now you can't. No, September 1st is a great idea. I make it an emotion, or you just rule it?
No, I'm calling
6 o'clock.
I'm just letting everybody know. 6:00.
Okay. Mayor, I'll respond to Ed. Is that fine?
You can respond to him.
No, I just want to say, I mean, the way I think about this, Councilmember London, I think it's a good idea, but I'm open to any and every option that we have on the table. We got to put these out, look at them. Because I don't know all of the information. I mean, there's a lot of repairs and stuff that has to be done to the bridges, things that we don't know what it is. And I don't even know, but I'm okay with putting a plan together. But I want to see what all the options are. I know that our manager has been working on that. Our mayor's been working on that. So let's see what we have. And we should discuss that next week if we can get everything that we can put out. And we start weighing our options, pros and cons.
Well, and I think if we're going to try to be realistic about it, I think Ignacio and Ed, the more you can do in the interim to know what, there's obvious obstacles in front of us, and How do we get around them, over them, through them, whatever the answers are? If you guys have been thinking about it, looking into it, bring stuff, because the time is ticking. I mean, it's been how many weeks since you first suggested, and what more do we have?
Well, one of the things we can do before the meeting, and Benjamin.
Ignacio, you're not muted. I mean, you're
Ignacio,
muted.
you're muted.
As the manager pointed out, the bids are due November 4th. There's no time to do anything from scratch. We got to find a partner.
Yeah, we're
Can't
out
talk
of
to
it.
any bidders.
We got to find a new one. We have to put in a bid.
No,
we can't.
We have to find somebody to put together a bid.
We can't.
Okay.
Have you talked to anyone?
Wait, actually, we can't talk to them because we're stakeholders.
Because we're stakeholders, correct.
If we are going to be presenting our own bid, we need to withdraw that.
We didn't put that in. We didn't put ourselves to be in the cone of silence. They did it on their own.
Well, can we get ourselves out?
Well, that's what we're working on right now.
Step number one is stop being a stakeholder.
Well, I want to make it clear
to get ourselves out of the cone of silence.
No, hold on.
But we're not under the cone of silence.
We are. To be clear,
proposers cannot speak to us. That automatically
is what precludes them from bidding.
Correct. We are not subject to the cone of silence. The proposers risk being disqualified
if they
by speaking to us.
Because we're stakeholders.
Because we're key stakeholders, yes.
Okay, and the county is the one that decided to put that language in naming us as stakeholders.
That's correct.
That's correct.
They did that similar to, and they got the idea from what we were told from when they did the courthouse P3. They named the clerk of the courts and the state attorney and judges key stakeholders. So they used that model here is what they said.
So they have to issue a revised RFP where we're not stakeholders.
An addendum, yes.
Okay. And how plausible is that, and how quickly can it happen?
Well, that's what
that can be done by the mayor, the county mayor. So it's just up to her.
Can you guys put in the phone call tomorrow?
We've already made the phone calls.
Asking her
for the meeting to talk about this. Exactly.
Wait, asking her to withdraw us as stakeholders from the RFP. I'm focusing on that one specific thing. Now, I don't want to talk about the project. I just want us to be deleted as stakeholders from the RFP.
We haven't asked to be removed as stakeholders because we are stakeholders for the RFP. We don't want to be precluded from talking to the potential bidders on this project. That's what we're trying to remove.
But we can't speak to them because we're stakeholders in the RFP.
Correct. We'd like that restriction lifted on us so that we are allowed to speak to potential bidders.
And for that, we have to be taken off as stakeholders in the RFP.
We're stakeholders regardless.
No, I'm not talking about stakeholders in the reality sense. I'm talking about stakeholders in the legal sense because we're named in the RFP.
We can have it so that stakeholders can speak to the bidders. That's what we're trying to do. That's one of the moves we're trying to make.
And what is the legal mechanism for that?
It would have to be an addendum to the RFP.
Saying that
the mayor, whether you change the restriction or remove it is the same process.
And that phone call has been put into the mayor's office.
Correct.
Okay. When was that phone call put in?
Friday afternoon, the start, trying to get the meeting.
Okay. When I came out.
Okay. And today's Tuesday, so it's been 48 business hours, basically.
Correct.
Has there been any indication when they'll get back to us? A secretary, somebody?
Well, the manager has a meeting with the deputy mayor.
When?
This week. We haven't set a time yet. He's agreed to meet this week. But my question to him for that meeting is to be named as a selection committee member.
But if we're on the selection committee, then we won't be able to talk to people.
Then that individual will be under the cone of silence.
That individual.
Then we don't. I mean, we got to decide right now. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
Well, no, that's why we're going to have a meeting on the first to have that conversation as a group.
But the first will be too late because he'll already have had the meeting with the mayor's office. And if he's asking to be on the selection committee, you can't talk out of both sides of your mouth at the same time. You can't ask to be on the selection committee.
They're well aware right now that we are having this conversation.
That's
right?
perfect. And I hope they watch the video. So So if I have to pick between one and the other, is I don't want to be on the selection committee, and I want the restrictions lifted so we can put together our own bid. Because being on the selection committee and being on the selection committee and being part of the process that's already in place is going to get us nowhere. It is a fantasy. We're going to be outvoted, outbid, outmaneuvered every single step of the way. We're going to accomplish nothing. If you think otherwise, you're a much greater optimist than I. So I have absolutely no interest in participating in a process where we're going to get the very short end of the stick at the end. And I'd rather move forward on something plausible so that we can control our own destiny. That's my goal.
May I make a suggestion only as to language? I know the frustration. I've lived through the Bearcat thing before, where some members of our community were very aggressive against the mayor at the time. The guy with the checkbook at that time was Mayor Jimenez. So we have a new mayor with shown to be receptive. We have an extraordinary county commissioner. Let's don't. What I'm saying, I support you 100%. I just want you to change the language because they do have the checkbook, and in a way. But if you know what I mean, aggressiveness with the moderation. Because we have you need to know that we have a bad reputation for being arrogant, wealthy people, and so we need to.
You are correct. You're correct. I would like to clarify. I believe we should be aggressive in putting together and pushing forward our own bid. I'm not asking us to be aggressive with the county.
I understand.
Start being rude or anything else with them. I'm saying let's put together something that is in our own best interest and put the best product forward.
And I got you. I just think
you're correct. I accept that. Thank you.
Yeah. I think as far as us not being a stakeholder or talking to the 1, 2, or 3 bidders would be a problem, because if we wanted to be a bidder, they shouldn't be talking to us. I think one of the things either Steve or you, who's ever meeting with Mayor Cava, should ask that they possibly extend the date to award the bid, because we want to put in a bid. And it's unfair for us to have to rush to that time, because we realize now, unfortunately, that any plan that anybody's going to put forward will be disadvantageous to the key. So what we're looking for really is an extension of time so we can submit a viable plan for them to consider. And I think that's one of the things we should consider. Number 2, before September 1st meeting, we should have Benjamin check with our bond counsel about revenue bonds and how difficult or how expensive or what it would entail, because we would have to issue revenue bonds to make this thing work. And that's really, because if we can't do that and can't get the proper revenue bonds, then the whole idea doesn't make any sense. But again, if we can't get them, the private parties certainly can't get them. So I think that should happen. And I think whoever talks to the mayor should talk about an extension of time so we can submit a plan, because the present plans might not be to our best interest.
Well, Ed,
Chad, were you going to say something about the money issue?
Well, I was just thinking, I mean, if the debt cap applies, I don't really know how much you could do.
Right. There's not a lot we can do.
We would have to see if there could somehow fall into an exception.
It should be revenue bonds. With revenue bonds, they don't affect our general credit.
Yeah, but we need revenue.
Credit.
Well, I'll ask the bond counsel the question.
Yeah, great.
But Ed, I don't want you to misunderstand, at least me. You're jumping ahead to a conclusion about us running a causeway.
Correct.
I'm not there yet.
Owning the causeway, not running it.
Owning implies maintenance.
Run the causeway.
Yeah. When we were looking to do our borders 30 years ago, one of the issues that defined it, besides other issues, is the cost of maintenance. You, of all people, should know. It's not just owning it, it's maintaining it. So what I'm saying is, I'm on your page, but don't get too far ahead. Okay? Step at a time. Because
How does Alice
the debt?
I don't know.
The debt?
You're muted.
I don't know. I need to look.
Yeah, we're gonna have to look
The
at this.
question that I asked into the microphone was if there's anything in the, well, but Ed didn't and people at home didn't, and, you know, transparency and all that. But the question I asked was if there was anything in the charter that would preclude us from doing something like this, not just the debt, but the whole running
taking
of the
taking on the causeway in another municipality.
I think it's bigger than the charter. I think we need to also look at the state law.
Right.
But
research that.
Have you looked
point?
into that? I mean, that's like a non-starter, right?
Right off the top of my head, I don't recall anything in the charter that says we can't do this. But again, I haven't looked at it with that purpose.
In the last month, no.
But again, I don't recall anything that would prohibit us.
Charter.
I think it's a state,
I don't know
state law.
And I don't know state law. I haven't researched that.
Councilmember Kaplan, did you have something to say?
Well, I guess I'll just put a cap on this. There's a lot of testosterone flowing on this particular discussion. This speculation about the futility of participating causes me to think too about the potential futility in submitting. It's a
or requesting now that they extend the time in which to.
Well, that's a different thing. This whole process stinks.
I agree. The process stinks. I think the mayor Cava has said
that's a different thing.
That's
highly
a different
unusual.
animal.
Yeah,
highly unusual.
So I'm glad we're going to be discussing this pointedly on the 1st specifically, but I'm feeling a little. There's a lot of prediction that have been expressed that seems dubious to me in terms of real outcomes.
I agree with you. But what we need to leave here today, and the people who are watching us, that we have been very prudent up to now. It is now in our lap. We've been delegating it through the mayor and the manager, and now we're evaluating without prejudging. And that is the September 1st. To your point, Seguro, which is what I agree with 100%, is we're showing leadership. And to show that leadership, you have to have the ability, you do your homework, and you have to measure your tone, measured on what the powers that be. And we have a lot of good friends. Of course, we'll see how it happens, but I don't like to get off. Some other peoples in Key Biscayne are usually off, and I'm not speaking about you, offending people and all that kind of stuff, which is counterproductive. I think this is a great first step because I thought you were going to use the word confused, because I was going to say, I am open, but I do know this is like the biggest thing I'm going to deal with in my 3 or 4 years, here, even more important on the beach, because you can't. So it's a heavy one, and they have rushed it. I mean, this thing did not exist 2 months ago, and already my 10 flags went up when they said, whenever they tell you in public life, hurry up, there's a deadline. Oof, you better be careful. Something is being cooked, and they want you to then either. And I'm not suggesting they do that, but Ed, and your suggestion, particularly yours, about our vision, responsibility, we're doing it September 1st. And between now and then, each of us needs to catch up on the facts as much as we can. And I beg you, and we all have different experiences. So I commend you for putting it that way. And I think this is a very good and concrete step to show our taxpayers that we're on this.
And I just wanted to add that I don't want to get confused about who's leading this. And I think that the mayor and our manager have been already in the forefront. And I think you guys should continue to do that and listen to a lot of the feedback that a lot of council members are bringing. And next week, I don't know how fast the manager can get us any information, or it can just be discussion on the phone if we all can reach out to them early next week to see what options are coming about and fill us in so we have a productive meeting on Wednesday.
And I'll definitely make myself available to any of the council members who would like to sit down and talk.
Okay.
And explain all the information that I've gathered over the last couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
All right. Next item.
The next item is one of the things that interesting and lay enough. I recognized when I came on board, I think one of the most important things for a village of our size is to take our resources and take our focus, or take our resources and understand who we are, what we are, and then focus our efforts on certain very important topics to ensure that we can narrow down to achieve what's important to Key Biscayne and our residents. So what I've attempted to do, and again, it's for conversation, is to lay out what I see as our legislative and partner goals. I've talked a lot with a number of the council members, the staff, and what you see in front of you is kind of an outline of where I want to place my effort, the rest of the administration efforts, and obviously any of the council members who'd like to join us in trying to achieve our focus and goals over the fiscal year 22.
Great.
Yeah, I like them. I mean, I think I was trying to think. I had one thought, but I'll catch up with you. There was something at the state level that grants. Are we working on grants right now? I know that there's a deadline for September 1 on a lot of things.
Yeah, yes, we are. And if you look under the state level, the FDEP Resilience Florida program,
right? Okay.
So the 3 grants that we see right there, the 3 grants that we are.
Okay, perfect. All right, good.
And the other one that Roland mentioned earlier as well is the Coastal Partnership Initiative.
Right.
That's for public beach access.
Awesome.
And then on the county side, I think we brought up a couple items that we spoke about today, which was the playing fields. You know, I don't know if that's something that we can put as a legislative item on the Miami-Dade. If there's any will there, I think Councilmember Kaplan brought that up. And I wasn't sure, I didn't see it here, but I know that we've always been looking for a possible location for our public works with sharing with the county. That could also be a good discussion to bring up since we have a much better relationship now, a much more improved relationship.
Yeah. That's a great idea.
Well, fields we've got under City of Miami because that's the landfill with the county. That's and then Crandon Park is something that we've got to be working on as well. So that would be under county parks. I thought, it's not in there. So
now we originally had that. I didn't want to necessarily write that down because of the sensitivity, but obviously if we're bringing it up here, we can add it in as a.
Yeah. Why don't we put that in as something for the county parks?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The one thing I'd like to add at the state level, what we really like the state legislature to do is the risk analysis should be standardized and become part of the Public Utility Commission's method of determining how they rate and what they do, which would affect undergrounding of wires so we could get in the next 3-year plan. We're not in the first 3-year plan because the analysis they used is really historic. It's not used by anybody else anymore. Now it's usually Monte Carlo simulation of hurricanes, storms, etc. Before, what they're using is who had the bad places, they're going to have them again. Well, that hasn't been used since Hurricane Andrew. Everything has changed. But we need the state to mandate that for the Public Utility Commission. And, that should be too tough just to get through. There should probably be a lot of opposition to it because most people won't even realize what we're doing. So
that's a good idea.
It's one of the things I think we should do. And that way we could be on the next 3-year cycle, that undergrounding paid for by FP&L.
That'd be awesome.
Ourselves.
And that's an important one because I think I may have mentioned it to you, council member, is that FPL looks historic data, which is why Key Biscayne does not have any of our lines that they would be willing to underground. But if you look at the true threat that we face, obviously we may be much higher in that category.
All righty.
Thank you for this.
Okay. So I captured playing fields, public works, maintenance facility, and the public utilities risk analysis.
Right.
That's good. Thank you.
Next
This is
item.
very good.
Very helpful. Next item.
Okay. And is this the last item? I believe it is. So
no, we've got community groups. Transition.
No, the next one coming up. This is the last item right here. I thought we had you, but here. This is
we got you. Use on next page after the insertion.
Oh, okay. So, all right. So the there you go. Okay, Chief Financial Officer. So, and hopefully all had a chance to read this. Unfortunately, we had the foundation came to us on July 26th and said that they decided to terminate their contract with the village. So we are in a situation, last June, we had a number of community groups come in and give their presentation on the funding they would like in the fiscal year 22. So we had to step back at that time and decided how would we provide the administrative, financial, the logistical support to these groups if in fact we no longer had the community foundation. After assessing it, talking to both the groups as well as the foundation, my recommendation is to hire a single individual as what I'm calling a community group coordinator. That individual would work in the Parks and Recs department. Their responsibilities would be as outlined as you see in the text here. But also what I like to do is in this fiscal year, and also launch it in springtime, is set up some sort of system to where either these groups or other groups could apply for the opportunity for funding. We'd have an evaluation criteria. Those evaluation criteria would be based on our goals and objectives. And then we would bring that forward in the first budget workshop, similar to what we would this year, as we did this year. But what the important thing is, we'd have an evaluation process before that came forward in June. And then lastly, I'm also recommending, and I'll bring this forward in the budget, is because of maybe some other budget priorities, some budget constraints, as well as we don't know exactly where COVID is going to be going, and the pandemic is going to be going in the next fiscal year. My recommendation is to keep the funding for the community groups at the fiscal year 21 numbers. And you can see that on the attachment, the numbers laid out for each one of the groups.
And just to be clear, on your spreadsheet, you've got estimated administrative costs. That's additional costs because we've lost the community foundation administering these, correct?
So what I did is I prorated the $65,000 against the amount they're requesting.
Correct, but that's additional monies we've got to come up with because we lost the community foundation.
Correct, yes.
I just want people to be clear on that.
On the youth council, Mayor or Brett.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do we have, remember you and I talked?
Yeah.
Do we have a youth council or no?
We do, but it was underneath the community foundation. Now all this happened. We don't have
a youth advisory board that you wanted one time.
We did, yeah, we did, but it hit COVID and we had to stop.
Okay.
But now I don't know how it's going to be administered because it was being administered by the foundation. We may have to bring it back here.
Oh, we're talking about appointments. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So it's not that. All right. Thank you.
That is an interesting one, though, Councilmember Laredo, because if you recall, the youth council, when it was being run by sort of through the foundation, because otherwise Sunshine Law would attach to kids,
I know,
which we thought was a problem. So, it has suspended because of COVID and we couldn't meet. But going forward, that's going to be another possible casualty of losing the foundation.
All right.
All right. Next.
And you don't think we should vote on this today? No,
no. That's not. That's just numbers for.
Or when it comes back and.
When it comes
your
back.
Recommendation. Yeah. Okay.
So what I wanted to do, council members, just make you aware of my thought process.
No, I know.
And then we come forward in the budget.
No, it's just that I'm from the other school. I already tried that before. It doesn't work with my colleagues. I'm into incremental approval. If we agree, just take it off your. But I hear the other point of view. We'll take it in September.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, and our last item, and look at it, we're at 9:48, so I told you we'd be done by 10. I'd like to bring up Benjamin to talk through the cost and time estimate for public access system.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm here to talk tonight about a request that was made at prior council meetings regarding public access and our enterprise resource planning software. There was an ask from council that we could help alleviate the public records process where we get more information online faster for our residents and any third-party stakeholders that are requesting information. Currently, the process is quite cumbersome. As you guys are evidenced by a report I sent out earlier today, documents are filed manually. We've since in the past year moved to an ERP system which scans documents will be more readily available electronically in-house. Going forward, we'd like to turn that option on for external stakeholders where they don't even have to make a request. Information is either available via the website or some third-party online platforms, which I've recommended here. One of the requests was to make everything available online. And I think there's some concerns with turning everything online They're twofold. One is obviously the cost. If we put every village business piece of information online, it could cost upwards. We've seen other cities spend close to $11 million on doing that. That's not even including the labor costs of staff to administer a website platform. What I think we're recommending is a more tempered approach, using good, prudent use of taxpayer dollars. We've looked at some softwares which I think are able to accomplish the primary objectives of what's requested. There's a software which is a document repository system, costs roughly $15,000 per year. And in doing so, we could add ordinances, resolutions, contracts, so that the public could easily search and query them without having to make a public records request. I think that would help alleviate a lot of the requests that are currently coming in and tie up both the clerk and village staff to process them. The second one is an add-on software, roughly $13,000 a year, that will tie into our existing ERP system, which will allow for a live financial transparency look-in for third parties, which will integrate with the village's financial system. What this means in plain English is that residents will be able to go online and get a live look-in into our financials. You'll no longer have to wait until the annual financial report comes out once a year. You can get a live look-in any month, any day of the year to see where we are, to build charts, graphs, trends, compare against prior year spending as well, to get a real live feel for where the village is. So those are the two recommendations that we're making. We'll also include those within our budget presentation, funding to pay for those enhancements, which I think are both feasible to do within the next fiscal year, to both implement them and get them live and up and running. Any questions on those?
Yes, I have a question, Mike. Benjamin, you mentioned resolutions, ordinances, etc. How about as far as the correspondence, emails? Would they also go on that?
So the challenge here is I think we're recommending not to put the emails online directly. While emails will be public record, there's also some times where for legal purposes, you have to redact certain information. I think if you turn that switch on, it could be a slippery slope in terms of giving almost too much access or items that are not perhaps ready for public consumption. So it's not really best practices. I don't think there's any other village, cities, or towns that do so. So at this point, I think we're not recommending to put live emails online.
Thank you.
I do have a question too.
Councilmember Moss.
Sorry about that. Thank you. I see that EnerGov is on your number one list, and on number two, it's not. And number one, I work with it a lot when it comes to permitting in Miami Beach, Doral, places like that use that system. The other systems that you have here, do they do permitting as well, or they would not?
So in item number one was really where I was researching the cost of this total all-encompassing software solution with that huge cost. Both EnerGov and Munis are quite costly, as I showed in the example.
Yeah.
The items in two, I think, are more better suited for a village of our size and the businesses we're doing. So these are more financial softwares. We already have a new building permitting software, which will tie in with our financial software. So we already went live with that about a year ago. So,
but some of the numbers that you're using are based off of Miami Beach, which is a much larger municipality than us. Wouldn't that be tiered down for a smaller municipality?
It would, and I went through that exact process when selecting our ERP system. So I have a lot of familiarity with the system they use in Miami Beach. The system that I recommended and we ended up purchasing and implementing here is from the same software provider. When I viewed the demos, I realized it did about 90% of the functionality of Miami Beaches for about 3% of the cost. So I just thought it was a better use of taxpayer dollars and more suitable for Key Biscayne to use.
Yeah, because as an architect, I just want to make sure, we've been talking about this for years to try to get a digitized permitting system up. Almost every municipality has one up running. Ours is kind of a semi, way behind everybody else. I know we've been working on one in the back end. I'm not sure if that one's ready to go forward. I haven't seen it, haven't tried it. But I'm not even sure if it's anywhere as good as some of these other municipalities and what they're using. So I just want to make sure that whatever we do, even though it might work really well on this end, it's not going to become a big problem on another end. And then we have to kind of patch all these different systems together. It would be good to find something that just really works. I know that might be a unicorn or something that nothing's going to be the fit all, but I think that it would be good to look at these different ends of where we can use this as well.
Agreed. And that's something in I think it was the second budget workshop, the manager mentioned the moratorium on new softwares. And what we're really trying to do is analyze the softwares we have in place and make sure there's connectivity between them before we go out and purchase any other additional software to add to it. We really need to make sure we have a smart approach where everything ties into one ERP system for exactly what you mentioned.
Perfect. Thank you.
And just to add to what Benjamin is saying as well is, you see the two systems that he recommends right there. And by going to the Tower Technologies ERP, we can continue to build on that over time, right? So, I mean, it's either the big bring in something like a large system that overlays, and then that costs the large price that he mentioned, or just begin to grow it based on the Tower Technology capability that we brought on, and modularly bring that forward.
Excellent. All right. Thank you very much.
Next item, Mr. Mayor, is Mayor of Council Members, Mayor's appointments to boards and committees. Mayor Davey.
Okay, I sent this around earlier. There's one mistake. So to the Village Athletic Advisory Board, I'm appointing Miriam Brill, Jill Stevens, and Jimmy Lee.
I didn't get the, where did you send an email?
I sent an email. I'm sorry. Jocelyn sent it around this afternoon.
Mayor Davey, I didn't know.
Oh, you didn't?
Oh,
I'm sorry. That's my fault. I apologize. So I'll send them around to Parks and Open Spaces. I'm recommending Ignacio Ortiz, to the Education Advisory Board, Sylvia Tarafa, Jackie Kellogg, Leila Pizarro Roa, and Patricia Agostini. And I'm waiting for a couple of people to get back to me about the winter contest, the winter concert series. I
do have a question for the athletic at did you say the Youth Athletic Board?
No, the Village Athletic Advisory Board.
A village.
Right.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
not
sorry,
the youth anymore. Not a it was a VAB.
Right.
I just want to see the people that you're recommending. Do they have any affiliation of coaching, managing any teams?
Well, not now. They've been involved in youth sports previously. None of them are vendors.
So one of my questions is, do you see them being biased in any way towards any one sport over another sport? Because I think that group is actually very important, I think, to keep out the bias as much as possible.
No, I mean, my goal, their interests are, I mean, Jill came up through by running the volleyball program, but she also had a son in baseball and in football. And her daughter, I believe, played soccer. Jimmy's, his family has been here 16 years. I didn't really get into what sports. I think Miriam Brill has some experience in the soccer in terms of her family, but my goal was getting people who, and it's interesting, we were talking about women's sports today. My goal was, we only had one woman and that woman came off, and I put two women on because I think we need people who have promoted women's sports in this community to be part of the sport, to really kind of make sure that we're ensuring that that young women have the equal participation in our sport. So that was really my goal.
I guess my question, do you feel that any of them are going to create any bias?
No, I do not. I believe they will do what. Look, I don't think anybody. I want to be clear. I don't think there's been anybody on. I mean, everybody has their own biases, right? We all come in with but everybody tries to work toward the betterment of the sports program. The goal is athletics, and it was youth athletics. Now it's all, because we have adult programs that are also involved. But the job has always been about getting people engaged in sports and making sure we're doing the best we can for the residents of Key Biscayne.
Okay. And a further point to his point, there isn't anybody in here who in any way is profits. Let's just use.
No, of course, no.
Because
that was you and I had the conversation, but
we had a very good conversation. And in public life, it's so important. Yeah. The perception is even more important than the reality. And so,
I think the reality, if they're making money, it's probably more important even than perception. But perception is important. I agree. So those are my recommendations.
So you send that around?
I did. I apologize. I sent it to Jocelyn. That's my fault, Jocelyn. I didn't tell you to send it around. I do apologize. I said I am just appointing these people. You're right. I did not say please circulate. Does anybody have any objection to these people? I mean, do you want to?
No, with consensus.
Okay.
That's fine.
The consensus. I wanted to briefly, I had a very good public meeting with the mayor because if you recall, to be specifically in March 12th, 2019, just as I got sworn, we started a process. We had a whole meeting on restructuring the boards and making it more formal, et cetera, et cetera. We had a whole workshop. And over the period of time, it is my goal to get this so organized that it's just mechanical. We spend too much time, including, which is going to be a responsibility of the village clerk, I believe, just to keeping up the names, try to get resumes, send the mayor notices 3 or 4 months before expirations so that he starts preparing, get the spirit of the charter is him to nominate and we approve and, to get some input from us and maintain that. But there over time, and unfortunately we haven't done it, we have passed certain motions or census, but we haven't codified it. I'm asking the clerk to codify. For example, we said 7 members. We talked about 2 years. That's easy. I believe that we have the one board only. In other words, you shouldn't be in more than, unless you were Einstein and we needed you.
I don't think we have agreed on it, but
no, that's why I want to go over and I'll send it to you so that we can decide one way or the other. But I don't handle well limbo. And so then it creates problems of interpretation. The other one is, well, of course, Key Biscayne resident. I think we did agree. Those 3. I propose for your consideration, I'll send it to you, the conflict of interest thing. Somebody who is a vendor, has been a vendor, has potential vendor or service provider or coming to the council directly, indirectly, should not be involved in the board. Even though they may have the highest ethics, it just doesn't look right. And the best way to, is make some sort of statement on it. And of course, we could maintain some flexibility on a case-by-case basis. But it bothers me a little bit in certain people that don't be, which part of the problem is since they don't have clear guidelines, they may not know that they may create a conflict. And so we owe it to them, the perspective, to do that way. The other one, I asked for your consideration on that. The other one is the one board member only. Consider it. We don't need to vote today. And that would be, and the other one, which is more sensitive, is the no immediate family of a council member should be on the board. And I know that opens up the whole series, but I'm just throwing it out there. And let's agree on what we agree and then close this chapter, put it in whatever, and then the system will be very easy. The mayor would know via her 3-4 months before expiration of the 2-year term, in which, we can reappoint or not reappoint. But we need to systematize this because it's taking a lot of time.
And I think you're right. And I think
it creates
confusion. My recommendation would be you come back with something in the October meeting and have something that you've written.
Yeah, I'm going to write these 3
and then we can discuss, because there are certain points in there that I agree with. There are certain points that I don't.
No, right.
And I think that's where we have to.
No, the problem is that just my personal defect is I just don't like non-decisions.
Yeah. No,
and so we think that we agree. And it's not, and then write it all down, lawyer. For example, we agree on 2 years to 7 members and Key Biscayne residents. So we just get that off our agenda. We have my suggestion. I'll send it to you in May. But it's important to close this chapter. It's been 2 years, which we come a long way, by the way.
I think
we've come a long way. We really have cleaned this up a lot.
It'd be helpful to attach what we already passed so that we don't redo those. Because I know we did do 7 people. I think we did 2 years. And I think, to your point, we did a lot of work and we already
we did the
passed.
residency. Right.
So there's no need to bring them up.
No need to wish it, exactly.
Right.
I'll send you the rest.
Perfect.
And then let's put it in something and make it easier for everybody.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. All right. Thank you.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is miscellaneous items, Crandon Boulevard, police policy, community center reopening. Councilmember Segurola.
You're muted.
Actually, I'm going to delete number 12B2. I think it's already been discussed or realized. And 3 and 4, I'd like to flip the order. I'd like to discuss the policy towards minors. I think that'll be fast. Just very quickly, if everyone will recall, a couple of months ago, we were going through a tough period with a lot of incidents happening on Key Biscayne. We had a meeting, and I believe there were a lot of police policies and procedures and practices changed. I'd like to thank former Police Chief Press and Interim Chief Eunice for listening to the residents and to listening to the council. I think just the fact that we haven't had to discuss it again means that we were proactive, and I think residents are happy now with what's happening or not happening on Key Biscayne. That's just everything I want to say about that. I don't know if anyone has any other comments.
Yeah, no, I've seen them out. We've had a couple of nights, but I think our police are they're doing a heck of a job. They're doing a great job out there interacting with our youth and making their presence known. And at night it's working. I mean, I see them going to the beaches still, but it's not as bad as it had been. Now we're back into the school year, so we'll see how they go over the next couple months. We may have to, surge them again, but we'll see. Hopefully things continue in the right vein.
But let's get credit where credit's due. Thank you very much.
100%.
With regard to the golf cart ordinance, what do you guys want to do?
Well, no. You'd asked us to have a workshop on it, and let's do a workshop on it. I think I didn't want to have a workshop in the middle of summer.
Right.
And so you want to do one in October?
What's the workshop going to be about?
Like our policies, what policies, what are good policies, what are bad, what do people want? I mean, there's a lot of things that have to be sort of, I think people have to understand. We've got a lot of people riding around in this town who think it's okay for a 12-year-old to be driving a golf cart.
Yes, on Crandon.
We've got on Crandon.
We've got on the left lane.
In the left lane on Crandon, all the way up and down. And so I don't think it hurts us to have a workshop on the golf cart laws as they exist and what we think is working and what we think isn't working. So we've got a meeting on the 12th. We've got a meeting on the 26th.
October? You said October?
So we could do something on the 19th.
I can do the 19th.
No? Frank just looked at me.
Let me give me 1 second.
Or if not, we can even do it first week of November to give it time. Oh, no, actually.
The 9th?
Or
the 2nd?
The 2nd or the 9th.
October?
Yeah. Or we could even do it on a Wednesday or Thursday if that makes everybody feel better.
October 19th is good for me.
October 19th works. Let's do October 19th then.
It'd be good to get the ordinance and the state law in advance.
Yeah, absolutely. And work through and see where we have to make some, that's something about legislative changes we may have to push through.
Yeah, we will. And the biggest input we need is from the police because they're the front line on this thing. And I can tell you, I'm moving and very aggressive on this, and also the same thing with kites. People who are legitimate and obedient users of their golf carts need to be self-policing, or unless they will lose their entire privilege. Everybody's embarrassed to stop people, but it's really out of control. Up and down Crandon. I follow somebody yesterday.
I'm not going to stop people. I'm not going to pull a.
No, but you tell them,
Yeah, the police. You stop people? Well, kids, I would stop. Yeah. I've stopped some kids, but I'm not going to stop. No, I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop an adult.
No, I know that we cannot do it, but the police has to.
What, Ed?
I said you're afraid of grown-ups.
Exactly.
It's the kids.
I think to stop the meeting by moving to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Good night.
Good night, all. October 19th, right? You said?
October 19th. Yes, sir.